Now Loughnane returns in the main event to begin his quest for another title. Plus, another returning champ, Razor Rod Wilkinson, brings his fist of fury into the smart cage. He'll take on Thiago Santos, the man who gave John Jones his toughest fight. Plus, can Mobley Khaybulaev bring back the flying knee heard around the world? The PFL starts right now.
Welcome, fight fans, to Las Vegas, Nevada, the theater at Virgin Hotels. Professional Fighters League action. Featherweights and light heavyweights taking center stage. Marlon Moraes and Brendan Loughnane will square off in a main event. Rob Wilkinson and Thiago Santos in a co-main. And most importantly, this is the beginning of the toughest crucible in combat sports. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. 4 fights in less than 8 months in pursuit of $1 million. But first, to whet your appetite for the violence, we bring you a showcase bout at light heavyweight. Corey Hendricks and Kasanganay, presented by Next Level Hydrogen Water.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the blue corner, Kasanganay.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Flurry here beside the PFL Smart Cage. Kasanganay getting prepped to walk. This man just fought against Osama El Saidi. Kenny, it wasn't long ago. I mean, we're talking 3 weeks notice for Kasanganay to step in here against a very tough competition.
Yeah, that's right. And that is no easy task at all. But this is a guy that is, very mentally strong. He's physically strong as well. He's prepared his mind and body for this very moment. Can't wait to see him compete out there. What a great young man. I just love his story, living in an yurt in Florida, learning how to farm, and it's amazing. Sure, I should say.
Really unique perspective on everything, on life, on the fight game. An interesting young man to talk to. And this is not a regular season bout, but he wants to keep impressing the brass at the PFL so that very soon he will be vying for an opportunity for a $1 million championship.
Yeah. His parents immigrated from the Republic of Congo. So his dad came to this country with $16 in his pocket. Amazing story.
So we're here in Vegas, and the bright lights of Vegas are a long way from the aforementioned yurts on the farm where Impa makes his home. But he doesn't let the change affect him.
Coming from the farm and the yurt to Vegas where the lights are, it doesn't bother me. I'm at peace anywhere I go. And I whether I'm in a yurt or I'm in a $20 million mansion. I brought my hot plate and my cast iron skillet, so I brought some pieces from home with me. I don't get caught up in the lights or anything like that, so I still keep it simple. I keep myself at home no matter what.
And making his way to the red corner, Corey Hendricks.
Randy, there's Corey Hendricks. He's got a win over Emiliano Sordi, former champion. He most recently lost in a very close decision. You talked about this on the pre-show to Martin Hamlet. We've seen him look incredible. We've seen him struggle a little bit. If he can find a groove and get consistent, as dangerous as any other dual fighter.
Absolutely. Very, very well-rounded fighter. He lets his hands go. He's got great ground skills. His transition skills are good. He does have a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's like, I be your former champ. What do I got to do for this organization? And here he is again, trying to step up and prove himself.
Well, fighters get asked all the time about reasons for pursuing this lifestyle. Corey Hendricks is actually still looking for an answer himself.
Why do I choose to fight? I haven't fully figured that out myself. You know, it could be a few things. I think part of it is, you know, testing myself and finding things out about myself. Another aspect of it, I think, is just the competition. I've been an athlete and played sports my whole life, and I love competing, and fighting is kind of the ultimate form of competition.
All right, let's check out the keys to victory here for this fight. For Corey Hendricks, he's the larger man, needs to use his length and size and hit those long-range strikes. And for Impa, he needs to use feints and use his speed to try to get onto the inside, get into boxing range. I think that's where he will have the advantage.
Here's our tail of the tape brought to you by Next Level Hydrogen Water. Corey Hendricks is the older fighter. He's the taller fighter. He's got the longer reach. And our voice inside the Smart Cage tonight, Justin Roberts, gets us started.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 PFL regular season. Tonight we begin with a showcase bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds, with a record of 11 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, he is the 2023 PFL Light Heavyweight Challenger Series winner, Chilobo Impa Kasanganay. Standing in the red corner at 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 205 pounds, with a record of 9 wins and 5 losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Corey Hendricks. Your referee, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith is equipped with our ref cam. He can take us up close and personal inside the action. There's Impa Kasanganay in the gray trunks. Corey Hendricks is in the yellow.
Impa, ready? Corey, ready? Fights on.
Showcase bout, 3 5-minute rounds. No points in the regular season standings on the line. Heavy leg kick there. Kasanganay responds with a right hand and switches stances.
Yeah, Corey very good at attacking that lead leg, specifically with that calf kick.
Kasanganay pursuing heavily early. Nice hook landed there behind the ear. Now clinch grab by Corey Hendricks. Kasanganay forces him up against the barrier.
Corey also has an excellent tie plum from that position. Impa doing a good job of getting in on the inside. Hendricks has to be careful not to back up too much against Kasanganay.
Kasanganay doing a great job of staying on the inside, staying in those underhooks, staying right in the pocket.
Well, in Kenny's keys to victory, he talked about closing the distance and getting inside here, and Impa Kasanganay really forced that issue early. Now Hendricks has him turned. It's Kasanganay's back against the barrier.
You can see them battling for head position. You see Kasanganay trying to get that top of his head underneath the chin of Corey Hendricks. He's got double underhooks here.
There's that plum tie clinch again. Nice job of Corey getting a knee in there.
Left hand landed for Hendricks. Kasanganay shrugs it off. And now Hendricks hit head outside on the single. Switches it to inside.
Nice job by Kasanganay to keep his balance, use that whizzer, and get that foot free.
Switched stances there.
There's the takedown by Corey.
Nice work here by Corey Hendricks. As Kasanganay's trying to give him different looks, Corey Hendricks doing a great job responding. Now he's got the back of Impa Kasanganay.
Hendricks very good at this position as well. He's got to be careful to not misalign his shoulders with that of Kasanganay here. Impa is trying to get to the floor, trying to get his shoulder in the center of the sternum of Corey Hendricks. There it is, there's the turn. Good job there by Impa. Mistake there by Hendricks.
Seeing a little blood on Hendricks' face. I'm not sure who it's coming from.
It's a nice ground and pound here from Impa Kasanganay, who advances his position. Corey Hendricks is going to need to get that right arm underhooked. Kasanganay in control on top. 2 minutes remain in the first round here. I think Ian Parker picked the underdog, Hendricks, in this fight. Ian, how you feeling?
You know, I was feeling a lot better 20 seconds ago. As you can see, Hendricks went from -105 to +100. He's got to get off his back right now. Impa's not doing a whole lot, but you saw Corey was able to get him down. Right now, it's anyone's fight, but now the odds again, now +200 for Hendricks. Impa's doing what he needs to do, and he's controlling Hendricks the right way.
Yeah, Impa's starting to advance position a little bit more. Hendricks turned to turtle. See if Impa can take the back of Corey Hendricks here. Corey's in a good spot, though. He's getting his body close to the cage to not let Impa take his back. There's still a little bit of space, though, there between him and the cage. Let's see if Impa can take advantage. No, Hendricks gets back to his feet. Good job.
Impa's still on his back. He's got the hands locked. Corey looking to reach over. Break the grip. Here's that Kimura attempt. Usually in a standing position, it'll be used in that way. Hendricks does a great job of getting on top, threatening the left arm of Impa Kasanganay. Less than a minute here in round number one.
Nice get up there by Impa. Prevents the back take.
Look how good a shape Impa Kasanganay's in. He's not even breathing with his mouth open right now. I mean, this is grueling to go back and forth in these grappling exchanges. He's not huffing yet.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with, great right hand there. That rocked Hendricks.
Hendricks still a little bit unsteady, looking to reach and potentially get himself out of trouble.
Impa has worked very hard, Sean, on keeping his composure, regulating his breathing, and you can certainly see that.
Oh, he missed with a kick, slipped and kicked from the ground. Impa Kasanganay showing the lots. Round two when we return. To Las Vegas, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny, Florian. Randy, these replay.
There's Impa Kasanganay letting the hands go, charging in to the pocket. Here's a nice step around trip by Corey Hendricks to secure the takedown and secure. Here's Impa changing positions and ending up on top with Corey Hendricks.
Yeah, and here's that right hand just at the end of the round that rocked Corey and also split him under his eye.
All right, guys. Corey Hendricks,
second round,
showing some damage on the face in the yellow trunks.
I'll send the cage, Corey.
Impa Kasanganay in the gray. Push kick attempt. Impa responds with a right hand to the body. They're swinging away early in round number two.
Corey landed a nice left hand that snuck in, hit the chin of Impa there.
Impa's hooks are coming right around that high guard of Corey Hendricks.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
They're landing hard.
Yeah, and Randy, he's landing with much more volume now, which shows me he's getting more comfortable out there. Not just throwing 1-2 punches, he's throwing multiple combinations here. And that could spell doom for Corey Hendricks. Impa finding his timing and rhythm out there. Let's see if Corey can go back to the well of taking out that lead leg of Kasanganay.
Nice searching hook there for Kasanganay. The shorter fighter, Impa, has found the distance that he needs to keep this fight at.
Yeah. And I think it's a good choice by Impa to really be leading the dance here and backing up the taller, bigger Corey Hendricks.
We've seen a couple times now, Impa will start his combination with a jab, then go hard right hand to the body before bringing the hook up and around the guard. Good jab there from Hendricks as they exchange. Oh, there it is again. Hendricks grabs the leg. We'll see if he can get him down again. Impa says no.
And that's been the third or fourth time this round that Kasanganay has attacked the body of Corey Hendricks. Nice stiff jab there.
Impa continues to switch stances, mixing things up a little bit. Nice body kick there from Hendricks. And then a right hand to the body, left hook again for Kasanganay.
Hendricks very good in this clinch. Let's see if he can start to land some knees. But I truly believe those body shots starting to wear on Hendricks a little bit. The hands are starting to drop. He's starting to gas. He's breathing through his mouth wide open here.
Hendricks does a good job of fighting into this clinch, but then he gives up inside position.
Right.
He gives up those underhooks, which gives Kasanganay the control.
Yeah, and being the taller man, you'd like to see Corey try to throw more knees from there. That's going to drive in through the stomach of Kasanganay. Just not staying busy enough, I think.
Nice movement there by Corey Hendricks. Lands the left hand, and Impa comes inside. Good left hand on the exit there from Hendricks. You can see the live betting odds swinging further into the favor of Impa Kasanganay, and that means we got to check in on the duck. Ian, how you feeling? Right.
Impa has definitely found his range here as he gets a takedown, but this is kind of a typical Corey Hendricks fight. It's going to be all about position here, and Corey's giving up his back. So I don't see him getting finished. However, he's got to keep the fight standing. He's got to get a takedown. He's fighting from behind right now. These odds are, unfortunately for my pick, but correct, Impa's taking over.
Yeah, Impa again getting superior position here on the ground. Corey's got to try to crawl back to the cage, see if he can get back to his feet here. Impa with that near side underhook. He decides to bail on it momentarily, might be going back to it. Nice job by Corey getting that far side underhook. That can allow him to get back to his feet and move Impa a lot easier. He gives up that underhook.
Shoulder punch there. Corey Hendricks trying to clear some blood from his nose, give himself more room to breathe. Impa staying heavy on top. Under 1 minute in the second round.
Impa just landing short shots, keeping position. Oh, those are big shots there. That right hand got through a couple times. Steps over now into half guard, and Hendricks in this knee shield.
Hendricks Turtle now going to try to fight hands and find a way to get back to his feet.
Final 20 seconds of this second round. Hendricks looks to scramble to his feet. Impa trying to stay heavy on the back. Tosses a knee up over the shoulder. We will see a round 3 when we return on ESPN Plus. There's a look inside Impa Kasanganay's corner. A strong second frame for the fight we saw in the Challenger Series only 3 weeks ago. Fourth man on the broadcast team tonight, Brett Okamoto, is cage side.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I mean, everything's clicking right now for Impa, and his corner is very aware of that. They're saying, hey, continue to throw the feints and just be smart out there. We know you like to throw some of the spinning stuff. We know you want to catch him, but right now you're winning this fight. Just stay smart. Keep your feet under you. Keep your balance. No mistakes here in the final 5 minutes.
All right, guys, third round. Fight on.
Thank you, Brett. Corey Hendricks walks out, throws a jab. Impa with the combination, landed the hook at the end, and now he's got the body lock, pressing Hendricks against the cage once more.
Old school foot stomp there by Kasanganay.
Put that right hand one time. Short yard. I don't like that deep right hand.
Randy, how do you see this fight going so far?
I think Corey Hendricks has to make something happen in this third round. I think he's down 2 rounds to 0. He's definitely got to find a way to finish in this third round.
Went for a big kick there.
Showing the urgency. Tried an uppercut. That's a good knee to the body.
Tried a little whizzer whip over. Tried to go to the front headlock and pull Kasanganay down, but Kasanganay wasn't having any of it.
Double underhooks here for Impa Kasanganay. Once again, pressing Corey Hendricks into the cage.
Impa doing a good job as the smaller man to repeatedly get underhooks, which is going to give him good body control. Impa getting good head control as well, head position, staying busy with his punches to the body. Really has been investing in those body punches throughout this fight.
Hendricks is able to get himself off the cage. We'll see if he can mount any meaningful offense here.
High single attempt by Corey Hendricks. Tries to run the pipe. Too good a balance by Impa Kasanganay. Not having it. Kasanganay back into the full clinch. Double underhooks. Body lock. See if he can get an angle on Corey Hendricks' hips. Hendricks repummeling.
Corey has much better position here, but you'd like to see him stay a little busier with his strikes. Oh, big shots there by Kasanganay.
Hendricks shoves him away. An exchange of jabs. Oh, big body kick.
Oh, man, I felt that one. That was a beautiful body kick by Corey Hendricks.
Hendricks dips his head and tries to run through. Kasanganay able to keep himself standing. Round 3 is halfway gone in this showcase bout. Not part of the PFL regular season standings. No points on the line between Impa Kasanganay and Corey Hendricks.
Come on, guys. Move. Work. Strong posture.
Oh, nice uppercut from Corey Hendricks. Impa throws a huge hook.
Well, that's the thing, anytime Corey does something really good, Impa fires right back with not just one shot, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 strikes. Look at that flying knee there from Kasanganay, but Hendricks gets top position. This could be his moment right here. He's got a minute and a half to try to get a finish.
Corey Hendricks has fought Martin Hamlet twice. The first time, he pulled off a comeback similar to what he would have to do here.
Yeah.
Submitted Hamlet in the 3rd round.
Oh, he's got the back. He's got
down.
hooks.
Anchored in tight. Can he get the choke? Kasanganay rolls hard. Nice job by Kasanganay to get his hips all the way over.
Sacrifice roll there for Kasanganay. Nice work. Final minute.
Impa always seems to have an answer to the questions that Hendricks is posing. Has good position here from Turtle. Gets top position. Going to finish on top. Looks like.
Hendricks forces his way back to his feet.
He's still fighting. He's going to go for that Kimura again. He hit it in round 1.
Put him on his head. 30 seconds, Impa.
Great adjustment there by Kasanganay.
Locks his hands in that crotch and then takes that Kimura away. Hendricks tries to Granby out of that, and Kasanganay is able to follow him with his hips and stay on top.
This has been a great fight.
Impa Kasanganay really putting a full skill set on display here. Excellent grappling to negate the attacks. Beautiful striking combinations, and they swing away to the final bell. Impa Kasanganay and Corey Hendricks starting this card off right. Our Cageonomics Stats Bundle is presented by Geico. You can see Impa out through and outlanded Corey Hendricks. Ground and pound favoring Corey Hendricks, who was able to score the 3 takedowns. But Impa Kasanganay, an excellent job controlling both the stand-up and the cage grappling in this fight. Let's take a look at some replays from this showcase bout at 205.
Well, Impa Kasanganay did a great job of landing multiple strikes as he entered. Beautiful kick there, left kick to the body. Impa Kasanganay with another takedown, able to get on top there of those scrambles. Won a lot of these beautiful scrambles. And I think that he just stayed busy with his volume too,
absolutely.
Randy.
Great shots, hard shots. That had to have got Corey's attention for sure. Stayed in the pocket exactly where you said he needed to for keys to victory. Here's Hendricks on top. Kasanganay with the big roll. He changed positions and put Corey Hendricks back on the bottom. There's something disheartening about that when you've done so much work to get on top and somebody rolls you over that easily.
Those post-fight replays brought to you by Celsius Live Fit, and it's almost as if Impa Kasanganay heard Kenny's keys to victory. You're not emailing those out.
I am not. They're for us only.
Okay.
I don't see an earwig there, Kenny. What's going on?
That was a great fight by both men, really. But again, I think the volume and the conditioning was the difference there.
Here's our PFL computerized scoring powered by AI. All 3 rounds favoring Impa Kasanganay. Some heavy strikes from Impa and some successful grappling. Who won the fight? Well, the AI score says it was Impa. Randy and Kenny agree. Real intelligence agreeing with artificial intelligence. Justin Roberts has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this bout 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Impa Kasanganay.
An always subdued reaction from Impa Kasanganay. Never gets too high, never gets too low. Really, really interesting guy.
Yeah, I think that's a great attitude for mixed martial arts as well.
The winner by unanimous decision in a showcase bout. As I mentioned, getting our card started off right, but the season begins next. League action, points and playoff spots on the line. There's Delon Monte getting himself taped up, ready to go. And Ty Flores putting the final touches on his warm-up. League fights when we return on ESPN+.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
in this league, you control your own destiny.
And that's why I'm here.
They're not better than you. I promise you. I go every weekend on the road. I see the best of the best, and they're standing right in front of me. Now go goddamn believe that.
You can try and
Oh! Deep right hand! He's in big trouble!
It's a mental, grueling, physical test.
4 fights in 8 months.
The championship fight is for $1 million.
This is the richest night in MMA history.
This league is not for everyone.
you can try and
I've gone to the ringer physically and mentally for this sport. This is my I love this. I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit.
I want to hold that big check, hold that big old heavy belt at the end of the year.
I'm going to show them on April 1st why I'm the champion and that there's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
We truly don't really care about the other fighters until they're on my plate.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood, and I want to hurt them in the cage.
Please make my day.
PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. The United States Air Force Reserve. When you're ready for more, go to afreserve.com. Celsius, Live Fit, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. PFL 1 in Las Vegas, Nevada. The theater at Virgin Hotels hosting featherweights and light heavyweights. Loughnane and Moraes Wilkinson in Santos in league action. What is league action? Well, let me explain it for you. A true sports format in mixed martial arts with 10 fighters per division, 6 different divisions. 2 regular season fights for each fighter. Trying to win points. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters in each division on points make the playoffs. And then, if they can make it through the playoffs, a $1 million championship and a beautiful gold belt. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Flurry here beside the PFL Smart Cage. This is what the PFL is all about. The regular season begins right now for featherweights and light heavyweights. There's points on the line. Fighters will be searching for big finishes, but it's not just about tonight. We've got a great card for you tonight, but the season, Kenny, is really what it's all about. The toughest test in combat sports. You got to win tonight. You got to win another regular season bout. You got to earn your way into the playoffs and hope that you get 4 cracks at a championship.
Yeah, that's no joke. Again, you know, just having 4 fights in 12 months is a beast of a schedule. 4 fights in 8 months or less is just ridiculous. It is so difficult managing your training, managing your camps, trying to keep yourself healthy, and then having to go, you know, undefeated at the postseason anyway, but getting enough points early is extremely difficult, most difficult thing in sports.
And Randy, we do this and we bring in talent from all over the world. Mixed martial arts continues to explode globally, still the fastest growing sport on the planet, and we've got talent from every corner of the globe.
Last season, as an indication, we had 22 countries represented in the PFL last season. I don't even know what the count is this year, but it's pretty impressive. And I like the busiest I've ever been in my career was 3 fights in 1 year. So these guys are absolutely stepping into a whirlwind.
Guess how many American champions we had last year in the PFL?
How many?
None. Wow. It's a global sport. All right, let's take a look. I told you it's featherweights and light heavyweights tonight. So here are our featherweight fights on the card. We'll start with Gabriel Braga and Jesus Pinedo. Both of them are PFL newcomers. Alejandro Flores, Daniel Torres squaring off. A rivalry renewed as Chris Wade and Bubba Jenkins get back at it. And the killer, Khaybulaev, 2021 featherweight champion, is back. He's still undefeated. He'll take on the hard-hitting Ryoji Kudo. Brendan Loughnane and Marlon Moraes will finish off a phenomenal card tonight. Kenny Florian, let's talk about that featherweight bout and last year's champion, Brendan Loughnane.
Well, this is a guy who knew how to deal with extreme adversity early on in the season, having a bad knee injury, and it was a broken toe later on in the season. It was one thing after another, but none of that was able to stop someone like Brendan Loughnane, who established himself as one of the best 145-pounders in the world, a true tactician out there, just an amazing talent everywhere. He can really do it all.
His opponent, Marlon Moraes, has fought some of the best in the world, beat some of the best in the world.
Absolutely. Here's a champ of the World Series of Fighting. Defended that title 5 times. Has beaten the likes of Jose Aldo, Jermaine Sterling, who's the champ now. This guy puts it together, and he can beat anybody. Great transition skills, not afraid to step in the pocket and let his hands go. He is a very, very well-rounded Brazilian fighter.
All right, so that featherweight main event will cap off all the action tonight. We also have 5 light heavyweight bouts on the card tonight. In the light heavyweights, this is everyone's favorite weight class. De La Monte, Ty Flores, Josh Silveira taking on Sam K, who's a heavyweight who came down. Martin Hamlet, a one-time finalist in this division, welcomes a PFL newcomer in Mohamed Fakhreddine. An all-European bout, Jotko and Will Flurry. They're both PFL newcomers, at least to the regular season. And then last year's champion, Robert Wilkinson, taking on Thiago Santos. All the superlatives that we've used for Robert Wilkinson, undefeated last year, 4 finishes. He's looking to repeat as champ.
Absolutely. Here's a guy that quit messing around cutting weight at 185, has come up to 205, and is looking to establish his name as one of the best fighters in the world at this weight class. 4 straight wins last year, 2 in the first round, 2 in the second round. His hands are amazing. His footwork, his angles, great ground skills. This guy can do it all, very well rounded, and I believe he's at the peak of his career right now.
Rob Wilkinson believes he's at the peak of his career, but he's not getting the respect he deserves in the overall mixed martial arts landscape. Well, a win over Thiago Santos will get people talking about you, but can Thiago Santos pull off the upset tonight?
Well, he certainly has the power. You see that massive tattoo that he has on his chest there, representing his nickname, but also representing the kind of power that he can bring into the cage, whether it's his feet, knees, or hands. I mean, he really can do it all. Has excellent power. He's very good at stopping the takedown. John Jones, one of the GOATs in this sport, said that was his most difficult challenge.
That promises to be an exciting affair at light heavyweight. Let's take another look at the main card. Okay, this begins at 9 Eastern. Featured bouts, Chris Wade, Bubba Jenkins. That one, we'll get into it a little bit more. Neither of those guys have any love for the other. And there are the odds as they currently stand. Brendan Loughnane is a prohibitive favorite, as is Mohamed Khaybulaev. And one would think that makes sense. Both of those guys have a PFL belt at home and took a $1 million check along with it. Mohamed Khaybulaev, we can't talk about Brendan Loughnane and Rob Wilkinson only, because Mohamed, a champion in this organization and undefeated as a mixed martial arts pro because of things like that. Not only the flying knees and the explosive striking, but the wrestling, the pressure. It reminds a lot of people of Khabib Nurmagomedov, of Islam Makhachev, and there's a reason for it. This man represents the Abdulmanap school. This man represents that Dagestani fighting lineage. And like some of the greats from that region, he has yet to taste defeat in his pro mixed martial arts career. Maybe the most memorable highlight that we've had, SportsCenter Top 10, the fastest knockout in PFL history. Just another one.
Oh, man. Just nasty.
The timing of it, Kenny, the explosiveness of it.
Yeah, it really is a thing of beauty mixed with brutality as well. To catch that read, to know that your opponent is going to change levels and then hit that flying knee like that, unbelievable.
And I think it's important to add context, right? Damon Jackson, the man on the unfortunate end of that highlight, after losing to Mohamed Khaybulaev, gets signed to the UFC, has since gone 5-2 in a very tough featherweight division in the UFC. So no slouch. Really incredible performance by Monte. And you know what? There's more stories to talk about on this main card. We have a fourth member of our broadcast crew tonight, ESPN MMA insider Brett Okamoto. I send it to you, sir.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Sean. There are a lot of storylines to talk about, some of which you guys have just mentioned. But what would a main card be without a little bit of drama, a little bit of grudge match? And for that, look no further than Bubba Jenkins and Chris Wade. These two have already fought once. It's settled absolutely nothing. They really do not like each other. We're going to see them fight tonight, but we've been listening to them talk this week. Here's what they had to say about each other.
Chris Wade is a nuisance to me, regardless of everybody else. I don't like the way he wins. I don't like the way he loses. I don't like him as a person. I don't like him as a man. I don't like him. Forget fighting. I wouldn't be caught on a boat with this guy if there's only 3 people in the world. You know, I just don't like him. I just want to slap the out you, and I don't know if that's going to fix it. I'm gonna beat Wade senseless, wire to wire. I can say I want to knock him out, which you guys know. I can say I'm going to punish him. I know I'm not going to be wrestling that much. Wrestling, you can't hurt him. You can only advance in position. I'm looking to hurt Chris Wade in every way possible.
The last time we fought, he went about his business and it didn't work for him. I'm in his head deep. He doesn't want to admit it, but I'm deep in the back of that man's head. I live rent-free there. I just want, when we lock the cage door, I want all that energy focused on winning and hurting him in there. Does not matter what we say to each other outside. We don't have to be friends. We're both vying for $1 million that only one of us can have. So it's just about, listen, respect everybody, but I don't fear any of them, and I'm looking forward to getting to compete against them all again.
All right, so that's what those guys have been saying during this week, but the time for the talk is over, and Bubba Jenkins really showed that at the weigh-in yesterday. He went up for the final stare down with a piece of tape over his mouth just to say, you know what, Chris, I'm done talking to you. We're going to see each other in the cage on Saturday night. It said bad man on that piece of tape. These guys had a very heated stare down, as you can see. And look, for all of the talk, I do think that we're going to have a very professional performance from both of these guys, because these guys have been around the PFL for years. They have had success, but they have not reached the pinnacle. Neither one has won a championship. They both believe, of course, that they have the ability to do so. So it is a grudge match for sure, but there are 3 points on the line, and that is going to be what's on both of these guys' minds tonight when they walk into the cage behind Sean.
Yeah, a little bit of everything there. It's a high-stakes fight, 4 points, 4 placement in the standings, and they just cannot stand one another. It's perfect for the sport of mixed martial arts. It is a great way for us to kick off our main card tonight. But coming up right here on ESPN Plus, we have 5 league fights. Starting in the light heavyweight division with Monte and Ty Flores. Then a couple featherweight bouts. Josh Silveira is back, and he is a huge favorite tonight. And Martin Hamlet, a one-time finalist in this division, will be a part of our featured bout right here to finish off the ESPN Plus portion of the card. Randy, let's talk about Martin Hamlet. His 3rd time the charm. This is his 3rd PFL season.
3rd PFL season. He had to fight Corey Hendricks. He won a split decision to get into this season. Here's an Olympic caliber Greco-Roman wrestler, which is a wrestling, the style that translates the best of fighting. Amazing raw strength. There's an arm triangle from the guard. You don't see it from there very often. He's working on letting his hands go, settling into being a well-rounded mixed martial artist. This guy's very raw, but got a lot of ability and a lot of talent. He's going to be tough to beat if he gets his feet under him, and that's the real question.
So Hamlet, a one-time finalist, a one-time semifinalist just from a year ago. Josh Silveira is back. He's young. He's not all that experienced, but he feels like this is the year that he's going to prove to the world he's ready to compete for $1 million.
Yeah, no question about it. I thought he had a great season last season. Lost to his teammate Omari Akhmedov in the semifinal. Not too shabby there, but I think this is a wrestler who really can do it all. And when he's putting it all together, he proved against Hamlet that he can be one of the best here in the PFL. I think he gained a lot of experience. He's been training for 10 months consecutively, and his dad, the legend Tony Silveira, said it's the best he's ever looked.
But I told you, I showed you that number that's next to Josh Silveira's name. It's just too big. You can't bet that fight. So how do you manage it? We have betting experts to help you. Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker are without doubt the best in the business. They're here to walk us through. Fellas?
Oh, Sean, spotlight fights are nice, but you guys are talking about the main card. It really gets after it right here, right now. The first fight is just as important as the main event when you're talking about league fights. So, Ian, I want to keep everybody's interest throughout the entire evening. So how about a little cross-card parlay to kind of get those juices flowing?
Coach, I like where your head's at. Let's start off with Monte from last season. You know, he just really took it to some fighters. Emiliano Sordi, he got that knockout win. So he's going to be the first player of our parlay. And keep an eye on the betting big board as the odds go lower and lower. Next up, Josh Silveira. They just talked about him on the broadcast. Excellent fighter, wrestler. He's got good striking. I think he gets the win in that one by submission. Khaybulaev. 2 years ago, he won, was out last season with injury. He's back. He's the killer for a reason, minus 720. We're at even odds now, and last but not least, the anchor of our parlay, last season's winner, Loughnane. I think he takes out Marlon Moraes, and we're going to get odds of plus 129 on 4 heavy favorites. Let's go.
Sean O'Connell, there is no truth to the rumor that Ian Parker calls the betting big board his baby. Back to you.
Don't make it weird, Ian, please, for once. Still to come, Monte and Ty Flores as we get Season 5 going with a light heavyweight bout on ESPN+.
Jenkins doing great work with that right hand. Loughnane very quick with that jab.
Good solid shot by Bubba Jenkins.
Wow, great defense there by Brendan Loughnane.
Oh! Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled. Loughnane jumps on for the kill and pounds away with the right hand. He lands a knee and that's it. Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion.
This is the hardest competition in sport, never mind combat. I'm trying to prove how good I am. I believe I'm one of the best featherweights on planet Earth in any organization. I think I've shown it tonight.
Download the Socios.com app today, and you have a chance to vote on the PFL 2 ESPN Plus card main event. Help us decide who fights in the main event on that card. Download the app today at Socios.com. All right, you might be familiar with the PFL's fighter performance rating. It is now computerized scoring, performance-based algorithm. Measures each fighter every round on a score of 0 to 100. Will display the results at the end of each round. Not just the action in the fight, but the impact that those actions have on your opponent. PFL computerized scoring. And now the regular season begins at light heavyweight. Monte, Ty Flores, brought to you by Geico.
Soon to be making his way to the blue corner, Ty Flores.
Ty Flores making his PFL debut. Big Medicine is the nickname. 5 finishes of his 11 wins, fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri. A lot of success, champion in regional organizations. And when this man is not training in pursuit of a $1 million championship, he enjoys the thrill of the chase in a much more literal sense.
I do a lot of hunting, you know, in my free time. Wild hog is my specialty. I mean, that's how I ate in college, was a wild pig. You know, we killed a wild pig. That was meat for a few weeks. Most of them I've killed with my bow. My dog's a hog hunting dog, so what we do there is we kill them with a knife. Everybody talks about cockroaches being able to like survive the apocalypse, but pigs will definitely be able to do that too. They're the most fun to hunt. They're incredibly smart, very, very tough, and they taste delicious too.
Post-apocalypse, we'll have a bunch of pigs and cockroaches running around.
And now, making his way to the red corner, Monte.
Randy, Monte is just a fun guy to watch, to follow. All 9 of his career wins have come via finish, so he is a finisher. That lends itself to success in the PFL format, where you get extra points for finishes. Made the playoffs last year, formerly part of the Brazilian judo national team, but heavy-handed as well.
Fun guy to interview, because he's just wide open. He just lets it all hang out there. Gets those crazy Waleed Ismail eyes.
Yes.
And he can't help but to smile.
There's Monte, and look, he's developed a reputation in the MMA world for his intensity. But not just the MMA world, that is something that has followed him from his old stomping grounds in Brazil.
Assim, o pessoal da minha terra me chama de Delan doido. Esse é o que eles me chamam lá porque eu sou muito agitado e gosto da porrada. E lá na minha terra, antigamente, tudo a gente ia pra porrada. Hoje em dia, graças a Deus, eu tenho família, mas meu apelido lá é Delan doido.
Not the most imaginative nickname, but accurate.
Yes.
No question about it.
All right, here are the keys to victory for Monte. He needs to get on the inside and look for his hooks. I think that's his best punch. He also needs to win the takedown battle here. Ty Flores likes to get takedowns, likes to get that top position. He's going to need to do that here against Monte. He also needs to use his kicks to keep distance.
Geico tail the tape for this light heavyweight regular season bout. Both men 29 years of age. Ty Flores is 2 inches taller. He weighed in 1 pound heavier. Reach advantage on the arms favoring Flores. The opposite is true as the Brazilian Monte has longer legs. Justin Roberts gets the regular season going.
And now, 20 fighters take the first step in their journey towards the 2023 PFL World Championship and $1 million. This is our first official contest in the PFL regular season, a light and heavyweight bout set for 3 5-minute rounds. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 206 pounds with a record of 11 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri, Big Medicine, Ty Flores. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds, with a record of 9 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, he is a 2022 semifinalist, returning for his 2nd PFL season, Monte. Your referee, Chris Tione.
There's Ty Flores in the gray trunks, Monte in the yellow. Monte the favorite in this bout at -190. Chris Tione will oversee the action. Smart cage door closes, and the regular season begins. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. Here in the first round, if you get the finish, that's 3 extra for a total of 6, which of course puts fighters in a good position playoff-wise. Heavy leg kick from Ty Flores. Oh, big right hand there over the top from Delon Monte. Now some uppercuts. Another heavy leg kick there from Flores.
Flores has to find a way to take away that right hand from Delon Monte. Doing a good job of taking away that lead leg, though. Chopping away at it with calf kicks.
Nice little parry of the front kick by Flores.
Oh, those are hurting Flores.
Monte with the dirty boxing, collar tie and punch.
That's why you hear a glow in Randy's voice. Flores putting his arsenal of kicks on display early. Trying to keep Monte guessing. Oh, nice right hand again there from Delon. And there's the uppercut again, scoring big points with it early. Flores just bowls forward and pushes Delon Monte into the barrier. Good knee to the body from Flores.
Randy, it seems like Flores is a little bit low when he's getting that tight clinch and trying to dirty box there. Seems like he's not really putting his head in the right position.
No, he's not. He's dipping it, and he's going to eat a big knee that way. He's got to keep that head up, bring those hips in, close that distance, take that space away so you don't continue to eat those knees or those uppercuts.
Flores likes to switch stances. Throws the left kick high, throws the right kick down to the leg. Flores corner telling him to watch the overhand. That was a nice entry with a right hand from Flores.
I'd like to see Monte feint his way in a little bit more. He's allowing Flores to play on the outside a little bit too much. He's landing a lot of leg kicks because of it. Oh, nice body head combination there by Flores.
Delon Monte has never made it to the second round in a PFL fight. Win or loss, they've all finished in the first.
I think those body kicks are also starting to take effect on Monte as well.
2 minutes left in the round. Flores shaking his head and mumbling.
Flores doing exactly what you said he needed to do. Kenny was stay out at that kicking range, use those long range weapons.
More kicks there from Ty Flores. Let's bring in Ian Parker for a reminder of how we bet this fight. The duck.
Thanks, Sean. I had Delon Monte in the first leg of the parlay. Right now, I think he's landing the more power shots. He seems to be slowing down a little bit. Flores is landing those kicks. For Monte, I'd actually like to see him try and get a takedown here, as he does have a good submission game. When he's got that tie clinch, those uppercuts are working. He's got to check those leg kicks, or else it's going to build up over 3 rounds.
Thank you, Ian Parker. Yeah, nice back and forth first round here. Ty Flores accounting well for himself in his first really big show opportunity. He's been around all the regionals, had success there. Stepping up a level in competition, and so far looking pretty good in an evenly matched bout against Delon Monte.
Yeah, and earlier on in his career, Flores would try to get a lot of takedowns up against the cage, work his double leg, get on top, work his submission game, but he really has been working hard on his striking.
Monte landing uppercuts and right hands here. Has Flores in potentially a little bit of trouble. The American circles out. Monte gives chase. Delon Monte unleashes a knee with a right hand. Flores shaking the head, but that usually means it hurt. Final 10 seconds of the round. And it's Flores who uncorks a couple of big punches. Strong finish. And we will see round 2 on ESPN+. Take a look inside the corner of Daylon Monte. Hard-fought first round. The Brazilian did wear a lot of kicks on that lead leg. Kenny, will that matter in this fight?
It could very well matter for sure. I mean, it takes away your mobility, it takes away your confidence in moving forward. But here, we saw a lot of clinch fighting here, a lot of dirty boxing. Both men landed some great shots, Randy.
Absolutely. Nice job by Flores staying out of kicking range. And it almost seemed like that last 30 seconds, Monte's like, I've had enough of this. He just charged in and let him go.
Yeah.
Here we go, second round.
Celsius replays there, and action inside the PFL Smart Cage. This is a regular season bout. Still 5 points potentially on the line if either of these men can get a finish. Daylon Monte out of Brazil in the yellow trunks. Ty Flores in the gray. Nice work to the body there. Flores looking fresh coming out of the corner.
And he's throwing more combinations as well. Monte really starting to come behind that jab, looking way more composed here in round 2. Started getting a little sloppy there in round 1.
Flores doing a good job of being first here. That was a nice knee covering space and driving it right into the midsection of Daylon Monte. Good right hand on the counter from Daylon Monte. Monte does a great job of seeing his punches, always watching. There's Josh Silveira. We'll see him a little bit later. On the edge of the frame there is his dad and coach, Conan.
There's the double leg.
Nice driving double leg here from Daylon Monte.
Daylon Monte's got a very, very good ground and submission game. He can get another hook here. Flores could be in big trouble. Monte getting a little high. Flores going to come out the back door.
Yep. Monte's going to attack this left arm.
Armbar attempt, armbar attempt.
The former judo national team member from Brazil setting up an armbar attempt.
He doesn't have the head and he's out. Great job by Flores. That's going to frustrate Monte.
Flores' nose is bleeding pretty severely.
But Daylon Monte initiated that takedown because he was eating some punches on his feet. This is nice work here by Ty Flores, who now steps over into half guard.
Start hand fighting. I want you to collect the wrist. I want you to collect
I think Flores is showing that he can keep his composure here in big fights. His PFL debut here, going against a very tough guy in Monte, and he's won some critical exchanges, both on the feet and on the ground.
Flores doing an excellent job of listening to the coaching that's coming from his corner opponent, Cody Donovan, shouting, and his commands are being responded to.
Elbow here. Big damage, though. Big damage. Big damage. Yep.
This is where Flores can also use his size to get Daylon Monte to carry his weight, get him tired.
Something big every 10 seconds. The hand fight sets it up. Inside hand position. Watch the wrist.
Flores mixing in the advancing of his position with some good ground and pound.
Hey, look at that. PFL 1 sees the ghost cam. Fence goes away. You're looking through the chain link right now. You would never know, Kenny, because of the miracle of ghost cam technology.
He's going to give you that wrist. Maybe you give him a little space.
Nice positioning here by Flores. Continues to whack away with that right hand.
Like what Flores is doing, staying in that half guard. Monte able to pull full guard now. He did a good job of anchoring himself in that half guard position and landed some big shots from the ground pound and the top position.
Some old school unpleasantness here from Ty Flores, who keeps putting his hand over the mouth and nose of Daylon Monte, so he has to address it in order to breathe. Emphasis on the hammer fist there from Flores.
Yes, thank you.
Ian Parker, I don't like doing this to you, I promise, but you took De La Monte in this fight, not looking ideal at the moment.
No, you know what? I think round one was really close. Round two, De La Monte was smart with the takedown, but gave up that position was too high, and right now Ty Flores is rightfully the favorite. He's pulling away, but if De La can kind of get out of this round, it's going to come down to whoever has more gas in the tank in round three.
Ty Flores is staying busy on top. Nice work here with the left hand. Not allowing De La Monte any space to scramble.
Do it again. Yes, time. Yes, time.
Flores staying very busy, really making some nice adjustments in this round.
Hey, you got 20 seconds.
He had some great moments in round one, but I think it might be tied up here heading into round three.
A double hammer fist, the old gorilla punch there from Ty Flores. We will see round number 3 in Las Vegas on ESPN+. There's Ty Flores inside the corner, and walk me through some replays here, Kenny.
Yeah, it was Monte who went for this takedown, hit that double leg, was able to get it, ended up taking the back, and he got a little too far forward. He says, you know what, I'm going to go for that belly down armbar, that Russian-style armbar, and it was Flores who was able to sneak his head on the inside. That took away the control of the head and got him out of that very dangerous armbar position.
Last round, boys. Here we go. Fight.
De La Monte right there in the yellow trunks. Ty Flores in the gray. AI score gives the second round to Flores. Of course, official judges' scorecards are what matter, and how do you think those read at this moment, Randy?
Boy, it's tough. That first round was very, very close. Obviously, De La Monte came storming back in the last 45 seconds of that fight. Flores did some great stuff from out at distance. It was really hard to judge that first round.
Now Flores ducking under, trying to get the takedown here. Change levels, and here's a lift. Monte's still got the neck. Flores steps over the right leg of De La Monte to get himself out of jeopardy.
Yeah, see, I think that was a big mistake by Monte. Going for that guillotine, I think, was not the right choice. It's very difficult to finish up against the cage, especially with the arm in. Tactical error, and Flores taking full advantage of it.
And now he's got Monte's hips in a really bad spot. Monte's going to have to give up his back or this triangle.
Okay, hey, let's go to some lights.
Monte steps out of it.
Oh, right in the mouth, though.
Flores with nice work to advance position and plenty of time to work with almost 4 minutes remaining. If you can get a finish here, that's still 1 bonus point. Remember, 3 points for a win, bonus point if you can get a finish in any round. In the third round, that's 1 extra bonus point. Ty Flores making his PFL debut, and I think a bit of a statement.
Don't grab the glove.
As this second round and early portion of the third round have been dominant for him.
Yeah, I agree, Sean. Really has made great adjustments and has taken advantage of a lot of the mistakes that De La Monte been doing out there.
Monte back to his feet, able to scramble, get the quarter position, and climb back to his feet using that fence.
Oh, big knee.
Ty Flores staying right in his face, not giving him any room to breathe.
As Monte looks to reset his breathing, Flores will not give him the space. Now we're back to a neutral. Half a round for De La Monte to try and make something happen.
Oh.
Another tactical error there, Kenny.
Yeah, and what was funny, he didn't even have the neck. Both arms were in the way. I'm not sure why he went for that guillotine. I think it's just fatigue at this point.
It's so tough this late in the fight, too, as sweaty as you are.
Sam K is making his light heavyweight debut tonight in a regular season contest against Josh Silveira, former heavyweight here in the PFL. Remember, a vested interest for all of our light heavyweights, all fighters have to pay attention to what happens because points earned in this affect your standing, potentially put pressure on later fights, Randy, to try and secure a better playoff spot.
And at the end of the day, somebody fighting tonight, you're going to be fighting and facing in 8 weeks.
Ty Flores continues to go to work. He's got the legs of Loughnane Monte tied up. Floating over the top and staying in dominant position here. Ty Flores uncorks a hammer fist and a left hook.
Monte's starting to get his feet back in the fight, scramble back, create some space and get back to the standing position. Flores saying, no, I'm not done with you yet. Get back down here.
Trips and drives forward. And lets the right hand go a couple more times. Inside of 1 minute now.
Flores with the grinding style just stays right on him. He went from staying out of kicking range to now he's just attached himself. He's become a barnacle on Loughnane Monte's butt.
And look, important through the course of the season and with some of the skill sets we're already aware of at light heavyweight to prove that you can do both, right? I mean, he was adept in striking range. Clearly has done a great job in the wrestling here with another big takedown. An exclamation point potentially on a strong performance from Ty Flores.
Yeah, he's managed the clock well, been executing some great tactics here in this fight, and has really out-positioned Monte throughout.
And there's the final bell. Ty Flores, barring any surprises, will be victorious in his Professional Fighters League debut. Not sure where the cut came from. It'll be a good story to tell. Who won this fight? AI score. Well, we'll take a look in a second. Here's our Cagenomics stats bundle brought to you by Geico. You can see a lot of striking in this fight. Ty Flores with the takedown advantage. Proficient in the ground and pound and the kicks. He landed more than 30 kicks. An exhausted Loughnane Monte there.
Here's a nice double leg. Flores keeps his feet moving, drives him to the cage. He's got his hands locked, picks him up, and puts him down. Risk at the neck, but from the half guard position, very tough to get that guillotine choke. Here we see Flores in a cross-side position, steps over into the full mount position, binds in, and secures that low mount. Here's the plum, nice knee right up the middle by Ty Flores, right on the face of Loughnane Monte, and he follows it up. Again, head outside, double leg, hands locked, horsepower in action right here. Hoists Loughnane Monte up, Ty Flores puts him on the deck.
There's the computerized scoring here in the PFL, powered by AI. Loughnane Monte got round number 1, according to the algorithm. Rounds 2 and 3 go to Ty Flores. We'll wait on the official judges scorecard, but our experts, Randy and Kenny, agree with AI. tell you what, it looked more like Ty Flores got more and more comfortable as this fight went on.
Absolutely agree.
Interesting development here at light heavyweights as he makes a debut. Justin Roberts has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The scores are 29-28, 29-28, and 29-27, all for your winner, earning 3 points in the PFL light heavyweight division, Ty Flores.
No surprise there, Ty Flores. Decision victory and 3 points in his first PFL regular season. How about it? First fight down, and Ty Flores, so far, 1-0 as a PFL fighter, 3 points. There's Gabriel Braga. He found out he got this fight 1 day ago. He's ready. His opponent, Jesus Pinedo, will look to spoil the party when we return.
Man, this is bigger than Chris Wade. It's bigger than me, man. He told me my God would not help me. A confirmation that I know inside me will be his doom.
Just me and you in there tomorrow. That's all. Just me and you. Once they lock the door, you're gonna see.
I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah.
Bubba Jenkins, he is now 1 fight away from fighting for gold himself.
Bubba Jenkins walking in and getting a little bit of love from Ray Lewis, Super Bowl champion. Bubba Jenkins, the favorite here. Right to the center we go. Bubba goes right up over the top of Chris Wade. And now Wade, he's in on a takedown attempt.
Cradle. Nice cradle by Chris Wade. This is a master class in control.
Chris Wade celebrating the victory even as the clock ticks down. Chris Wade salting the wound of Bubba Jenkins there.
Here's the good news for Bubba. He learned something here tonight.
The humble pie that Chris Wade served me, it tasted like death. It tasted like acid. I have no way to go back. I can only go forward. There is no quit. We can only get to the top.
In this weight class, like, we genuinely do not like one another. And I've been knocking at the door, like, trying to kick this thing down to get that belt.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, and PFL 1. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Flurry, and Randy Couture, and PFL regular season action for the featherweights and the light heavyweights. There's a look at the Ready for More prep point presented by the Air Force Reserve. Martin Hamlet featured light heavyweight bouts on this early portion of the card here on ESPN+. A former finalist at 205 pounds. And look at that gorgeous, glittering jewel of combat sports, the PFL Smart Cage. League action will continue at featherweight. Gabriel Braga, Jesus Pinedo, brought to you by TNNS.
Making his way to the blue corner, Jesus Pinedo.
First time we've had a Peruvian in the PFL regular season. Jesus Pinedo looking to make a splash at 145 pounds. fully acknowledged when we talked to him how tough this weight class is. But he is a finisher. 15 of his 20 wins have come via stoppage, 11 of those knockouts. Fights out of Lima, the capital city of Peru. Jesus talked to us about all the reasons why he feels so passionate about the sport of mixed martial arts.
Me encanta las artes marciales mixtas, me encanta que te exige tanto físicamente como mentalmente, siempre te lleva al límite, ¿no? En los entrenamientos, en las peleas, toda la adrenalina que se siente es algo que no se puede explicar con palabras, simplemente la gente que ha peleado puede saber lo que en verdad se siente, ¿no?
Well, nothing will test your love of the sport like trying to fight 4 times in 8 months. We'll see if Jesus Pinedo is cut out for the PFL format.
And heading to the red corner, Gabriel Braga.
This is a very interesting prospect at 145 pounds, Kenny. Still undefeated in his mixed martial arts career.
Yeah, that's right, 9-0, and really put on quite the performance over in PFL Challenger Series when against a very tough opponent in Aga Huskic, and he was just non-stop pressure.
He came here and weighed in as an alternate, just in case anything happened. Well, guess what? Something happened and opened up this opportunity on less than 24 hours notice, but he's not letting that affect his mindset.
Eu acredito que nada vai mudar o meu foco. Meu objetivo é um só e eu tô aqui para buscar ele. Eu não tô aqui para brincar. Então, eu tô preparado para qualquer um ali.
Well, the job is to get a win and potentially a finish. And Gabriel Braga has 4 knockouts on his record so far. Kenny, keys to victory.
Well, for Gabriel Braga, he's got to utilize his full MMA skill set, keep that pressure to try to confuse his opponent, Pinedo. And for Pinedo, he needs to pressure Braga, back Braga up, put him in unfamiliar territory, and don't let him get in his groove.
Our tail of the tape for this bout is brought to you by TNNS. Jesus Pinedo is 26 years of age. That makes him 2 years older than the rising star Gabriel Braga. Pinedo is also 2 inches taller. Both men weighed in at 145 pounds on the dot. Reach advantage on the arms favoring Pinedo. Both men with a 40-inch reach on the legs. Justin Roberts, to you.
This next bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Featherweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 144 1/2 pounds, with a record of 20 wins, 5 losses, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Lima, Peru, El Mundo, Jesus Pinedo. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 144 1/2 pounds, with a perfect record of 9 victories and no losses. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Gabriel Braga. Your referee, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson making his PFL season debut. He'll oversee the action at 145 pounds. Points on the line, potentially 6 if either of these men can get a finish in round number 1.
you ready? Fight!
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. Pinedo on the southpaw stance, Braga in the green trunks and the orthodox. Kenny, we always put the emphasis on the guy who takes the fight on short notice, who wasn't, quote-unquote, supposed to be here. But for Pinedo, he prepared for Jo Sung Bin, and he gets Gabriel Braga instead. That's not an easy task.
In many cases, it can be even worse because you set your mindset for a very particular style, very particular fighter. You have a completely different new opponent, and preparing in under 24 hours is never ideal for anybody.
Braga was here as the alternate, so he had to make weight anyway to be able to stay in that position. So the weight cut and the short notice shouldn't have been that big a deal for him physically. He was prepared to fight. It's really the technical aspect of it and facing a different opponent.
Oh, a nice counter there by Pinedo.
Pinedo has 11 knockouts on his record. He's got great hands, nice long reach. Sean Merriman, former Pro Bowl linebacker, lights out potential here. Good to have one of the NFL greats in the building.
I see Sean at the gym all the time. He's an avid mixed martial artist.
Pinedo doing a good job of utilizing his length here in this fight, throwing some good long-range strikes, trying to keep Braga on the outside.
Definitely going to want to deal with that low calf kick.
Yes.
That Braga's developing, because those will pay dividends as the rounds carry on.
Already starting to show redness on the outside of that calf and shin.
And that's the advantage and beauty of being so well-rounded, of having so many tools on your tool belt. Braga really can do it all, and he knows how to adapt.
And look, Braga he claimed the center of the smart cage early in this fight and hasn't really surrendered it much in the last 2+ minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly how Braga loves to fight. It's like a bull.
There go the hands of Pinedo. Nice shell guard here by Braga so far.
Yeah, Braga is a part of this new breed of mixed martial arts fighters. His dad, a Brazilian mixed martial arts legend, and he's been training since he was just a little kid. So he has a bunch of experience under his belt despite just the 9-0 record. And you see how defensively sound he is, always keeping those arms up. Hasn't taken a lot of clean shots at all.
Well, that's the way that you can get that shell to come down, trying to dig to the body, and you see the adjustment by Pinedo coming at the 3-minute mark of round number 1. He goes to the body with a kick as well. We didn't have pre-fight odds for this fight, but Ian Parker, we're seeing some live odds developing. Braga at -250. Is there any opportunity to place a wager live?
Yeah, you know what? I think the value actually would be on Pinedo at the moment. Not that Braga's fighting bad. I just don't see how he's at -250 when the fight's been pretty even so far. I like Pinedo's jab and the leg kicks. Braga's kind of dictating the pace, but if you're going to talk value right now, 2-1 for Pinedo, I would roll with that.
All right, some in-the-moment advice here from Ian Parker, our betting expert, best in the business. 1 minute remains in the first round. This is a regular season featherweight bout. Points on the line. Braga continues to chip away at the lead leg.
Braga changing leads.
Yeah, he knows how to fight from both stances, and I believe that lead right leg for Pinedo is really starting to show damage, not only visibly, but he's just not moving well on it anymore.
And almost on cue, that low kick takes Pinedo off his feet temporarily.
Oh man, inside and outside, just nasty. Oh, nice left hand by Pinedo though, and a left hook from Braga.
Perhaps a moment here for Pinedo, who's got to find something to disguise the pain in that leg. Nice long jab as well, and he moves right out. Braga comes forward with a kick, lances off the guard of Pinedo. Final bell of the first round. Hey, there's Larissa Pacheco, 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight Champ in the building. She'll be fighting next week. Round 2 next.
The money made me sign with the PFL. This is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight
It's for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Sean O'Connell, Kenny Floyd, ready to talk beside the PFL Smart Cage. Hey, later in our main event, who you got? Who you think's gonna win? Brendan Loughnane, Marlon Moraes. Scan the QR code and submit your pick in our main event coming up later on ESPN. Gabriel Braga in the green, Jesus Pinedo in the gray. And immediately Braga goes right back to work on the lead leg twice.
Just tenderizing that lead leg. Pinedo as Braga is. I'm not sure Braga's taken a backward step this entire fight.
Yeah, it's crazy. Ooh, nice combination by Pinedo. Really bringing the heat here. Braga blocking most of them, though.
Oh, that uppercut snuck in.
Yep.
Pinedo's got to stay aggressive here. Don't give Braga an opportunity to mount his own offense. Nice work by Pinedo, and there's a hook and a right hand from Braga, who gets sick of playing punching bag.
Well, Pinedo needs to come forward and land some big shots. I think those calf kicks are really taking its toll on that lead leg. I think he realizes he needs to go now.
Even with the compromised lead leg, Pinedo at the very last part of that first round, Kenny, it felt like he had kind of figured out the spacing a little bit.
Right.
He was making that happen. Braga swinging the counter punches and coming up just short. Oof. But that weapon is still very much at the disposal of Gabriel Braga.
No question. Pinedo really feeling it. He's got that dead foot right now. That right leg, he's already stepping wrong on it. So be aware of him maybe stepping on his ankle.
Now Braga comes in with a nice jab.
Smart by Pinedo to step into that range of exchanges where the kicking is a lot more difficult. It's smothered and let his hands go and keep Braga on the defensive.
Well, we checked it with Ian Parker when Pinedo was at a plus 200. You can see the live odds have now swung into his favor. So the value was, according to the odds makers, on Pinedo at that time.
Pinedo showing a lot of toughness here. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's really bad.
He's almost dragging it.
Yeah, last time I checked, it's hard to win a fight with just one leg.
Maybe for you, Kenny. Not for Jesus Pinedo.
Man, he is tough. Braga switching his stances now. And that is throwing Pinedo off. You see him kind of back away, not really sure how to address it.
He's trying to pick the foot up to check it, but it's really hampering his ability to step into the pocket and let his hands go.
Yeah, it sure
He's
is.
having trouble putting weight on it.
Braga absolutely recognizes it too. Continues to get after that right calf, right shin.
And Pinedo has switched up his stances now.
You got to protect it somehow.
Yep.
But of course, a bad back leg, not ideal for generating power. The first part of round number 2 was very promising for Pinedo, but Braga with that check hook might be turning the tide. Ryoji Kudo looking on. Both of these men potential future opponents for him. He'll be taking on Monte Khaybulaev later. Hey, how about the Swedish Denzel Sadabusi, 2022 PFL welterweight champ. Does his camps down here now at a little-known gym called Extreme Couture.
He's been a great addition to the gym, honestly. He's got such an amazing attitude.
Ooh. Sharp combination there from Braga. This has been a fun fight to watch. Very technical, back and forth affair. A lot of nice feints and counters from both men.
The live betting odds have swung back in the favor of Braga, so we've seen the change just in this round. And now he says, all right, you give me a different lead leg, I'll work on that one too.
Yeah, Braga has done a number on both the legs of Pinedo, especially that right leg.
Ian Parker, Pinedo is once again a live dog. How live is he?
You know what? Apparently he can fight with no legs. If he comes forward throwing that jab, it's kind of crazy. He literally just will not stop, and the power of Braga is not affecting Pinedo. He needs this break in between rounds. Right now, Braga is rightfully the favorite, but hey, these two guys are amazing. This is a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the third round.
Tell you what, that long reach of Pinedo still allowing him with somewhat immobile lower half to land some punches on Gabriel Braga. Final few seconds of round 2, and we'll see a third frame when we return. There's Gabriel Braga having a little cut under the left eye attended to. Undefeated mixed martial artist took this bout and this opportunity on less than 24 hours notice. He came to weigh in as the alternate, found out he was actually going to be fighting another talent out of the PFL Challenger Series. And Kenny, he's 24 years of age. He's less than 10 fights into his professional mixed martial arts career. And Gabriel Braga is already showing the kind of composure and patience and setting up things in the first round that are going to pay dividends later in the fight. It's just, to the point you made earlier, it's an example of why this next generation of mixed martial artists is different.
No question about it, man. It is scary, but it's also beautiful to watch. See the crop of fighters that are coming up right now. PFL certainly did the right thing in proving their decision to bring Braga back as a great choice.
Nice counter strike, moving backwards from Braga. Pinedo tried to blitz in with a couple of punches.
But it takes two to tango, and Pinedo really right there with him. You know, maybe doesn't have all the tools, but he's executing very well. He's showing a tremendous amount of toughness and patience and countering ability.
And look, the second round, Pinedo started it out hurting Braga badly. And then the rest of the way, maybe Braga took control of the round later, but I don't know if he won the round. So we could be looking at one apiece here.
Very technical fight for both guys, and it's a difficult fight to score. I mean, definitely thought Braga won the first round. Second round, just like you said, hard to distinguish.
Yeah, and it's hard, you know, what are the judges looking at? You know, are they favoring the damage to the legs of Pinedo? Are they seeing that as the more impactful strikes? Or is it the counter shots of Pinedo? Ooh, nice return with the left hand from Braga.
Pinedo's had to kind of settle in almost to a square stance because he doesn't want to present either of those legs as the lead target for Gabriel Braga. Continues to stalk.
Yeah, and Pinedo's kind of backing himself up against the cage now, which is showing to me that both legs are really compromised at this point.
Very game though. Pinedo now pressing forward. Braga counter punching. Long left hand. Cracking right hook. Oh, and a double from Gabriel Braga, who then moves the head. Goodness gracious, the skill set from these young fighters.
Beautiful head movement here, Sean.
It's a foreign concept for some of us. It's like watching synchronized swimming or something. I just don't understand it. Ian Parker checking in once again. Braga back to minus 250. Is that appropriate?
You know what? Pinedo's coming back. Sean, I know this is up your alley in this fight. These guys are not even thinking when he's coming forward and swinging. You know what, though? He should be the favorite. I think it's going to come down a little bit. If Pinedo can keep landing, he can bring it down, but Braga's leg kicks have just taken a toll on Pinedo.
Pinedo's almost dragging that right leg like Quasimodo at this point. It's unbelievable that he's even in here moving and landing shots in the pocket.
Yeah, showing so much heart.
Biagio Ali Walsh, grandson of the iconic boxer Muhammad Ali. He's now part of the PFL. "90 seconds remain in this fight. Still a very technical, impressive battle. Well-timed counter strike from Braga. Ooh, beautiful hook.
I'm not mad at it, but I'm a little bit surprised that Pinedo didn't go back to his takedowns here in round 3.
Might be a testament to just how much pain those legs are in or how compromised they feel, because if you don't have your base, very difficult to score a takedown.
And speaking of which, it's been tough to score this round.
It's been a challenge scoring all 3 of these rounds. Both guys have done some amazing things. Great pace, great technical fight.
Things might heat up. He said, let's stand in the center and throw down. That's what Pinedo said to him. I love it.
Come on, let's go.
Trying to bait Braga into a little bit of a slugfest. I'm here for it. There's the takedown. Oh! Pinedo trying to steal this round. We'll see what Braga can do to get back to his feet in the final 10 seconds or so. Works his way up. Pinedo stays right on him.
Pinedo finishing strong.
Beautiful finish. Jesus Pinedo, Gabriel Braga with an incredible featherweight bout. Kenny, this is only the first fight of the featherweight season.
Man. What a fight.
There's our stats bundle. Cagenomics are brought to you by Geico. According to Cagenomics, 74 punches landed for Braga, 45 for Pinedo. Pinedo also had the 2 takedowns. I might have scored more punches landed for Jesus Pinedo, but I am not nearly as intelligent as the Cagenomics. Randy, let's take a look at some of these replays.
You see the rip to the body followed by double hooks by Pinedo. Again, Pinedo stepping into the pocket, letting his hands go, taking that kicking range out of the equation here for Braga. Again, nice combinations, long, rangy striker, switching leads to try and limit the damage on those legs. Nice double leg, follows through with the second effort to secure the takedown.
And here's Braga with that forward pressure, doing a good job of blocking a lot of those. Beautiful check hook there. And again, the story for me are those leg kicks, just a gorgeous left hook. But again, keeping those hands up and seeing Pinedo throw a lot of those strikes, are the judges scoring them or not? Are they thinking they're landing? That takedown at the end of the round was critical. This was a very close one.
The more visible damage right there on Gabriel Braga's face, sometimes that can influence how judges score a fight. Those replays brought to you by Celsius Live Fit. A fascinating featherweight bout and a great display of sportsmanship as these two chat away, waiting for the official decision. Here's our computerized scoring. The algorithm gives all 3 rounds in this fight to Gabriel Braga. You can see that first round very close. I do not envy the judges in this fight. We saw what AI thought of the result here. What did our expert analysts think? They didn't think anything.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Randy and Kenny both agree with AI score. The official commission judges, of course, have final and official say.
They might still be doing the math.
That might be the hardest part about judging, is doing the addition. In all seriousness, though, again, this is the toughest test in all of combat sports. You fight tonight, and then in 8 weeks you have another fight. And if you earn enough points in the composite between those two, you have another fight in the playoffs. And then if you can win that, you win hopefully $1 million in the championship. So when you're looking at who won this fight, Randy and Kenny, you're also thinking hopefully about, well, where do they fit into the overall picture at featherweight? And while neither of these guys got a finish tonight, I think the skill sets we saw on display would tell me, my own opinion, that they're going to be able to hang in this division with anybody.
I think so. Again, you look at their skill level, how they can execute under pressure. I was very impressed.
Two young men with a great skill set and a great future, any way it goes.
Definitely.
Justin Roberts has the official decision.
After 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge Adelaide Bird scores the bout 29-28 for Pinedo. Judge Sal D'Amato scores it 29-28 for Braga. And Judge Brian Miner scores the bout 29-28 for your winner by split decision, and earning 3 points in the PFL featherweight division, Gabriel Braga.
Gabriel Braga takes the win and 3 points. The fans here in the building did not like that decision. Jesus Pinedo, none too pleased either, but in the early goings, of course, those are the featherweight standings. Coming up, Gaito Alejandro Flores. He'll be taking on Daniel Torres when we return on ESPN Plus. PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Just for Men, One Day Beard and Brow Color. Hunter's Chance, surrender to nothing. Celsius, live fit, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by the United States Air Force Reserve. When you're ready for more, go to afreserve.com. Chris Wade, 4-time PFL semifinalist. with the Bose headset on, canceling out the noise. A theme for him in this camp. Here's our featherweight standings after one regular season bout. We just saw Gabriel Braga edge out Jesus Pinedo. Very, very close decision. 3 points for Braga. Another regular season bout at featherweight, 145-pound action brought to you by Beard Guys, Alejandro Flores and Daniel Torres. Justin Roberts gets us going.
This next bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Featherweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds, with a record of 14 wins, 5 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, representing Austria, Daniel Torres. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 145 and 1/2 pounds, with a record of 21 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Monte, Nuevo León, Mexico, Alejandro El Gaito Flores. Your referee, Chris Tiote.
Here's our Beard Guys tail of the tape. Alejandro Flores, 31. Daniel Torres is 29. Both men 5 feet 9 inches tall. Significant reach advantage of 6 inches on the arms for Alejandro Flores. Gaito in the green, Torres in the gray. No touch of the gloves. Regular season featherweight bout. 6 points potentially if either of these men could earn a finish in the first round.
Flores is very good footwork. He's going to need that lateral movement and footwork to create angles and trying to counter Torres, who loves to move forward. Torres more of a pressure fighter, but here he's kind of waiting for Flores a little bit.
Switching in the stance here for Gaito Flores.
Careful,
unleashes an inside leg kick.
Over here, over here, over here.
Torres incredulous. I think that one landed on the cup.
Take your time, okay?
Take a look at the replay here.
Hey, I know it was unintentional. I know it was unintentional. I know it was unintentional. Just be real careful,
Yep,
okay?
that inside leg kick is often the culprit of those. A little too high. Torres not happy about that.
Take your time and you let me know when you're ready physically and mentally, okay? Stay over here, please. Thank you. Stay right over here, okay?
There's Bubba Badman Jenkins. He's got a big fight against Chris Wade later on our main card on ESPN. Doesn't seem all that nervous at the moment.
Sir? Okay, stay right there, please. Okay, be very careful,
Daniel
okay?
Torres
All right.
signals that he is ready to continue. Alejandro Flores in the green trunks, ready to go as well.
Ooh, nice hook there by Flores.
Careful.
Flores swings and misses, but he's able to grab a hold of this body lock and press Torres up against the cage. The old foot stomps again. Second time we've seen that tonight.
Shoulder punch by Flores, pulling out all the old tricks.
Get off the shorts.
Flores taking more of a conservative approach here. Looking for the takedown. Torres now doing a much better job with that underhook. Looking for a takedown. Oh, falls to his back.
Torres thought he had his hips captured, went to arch and twist, and Flores was just too long. Floated his hips over and then came down on top.
Torres back to his feet, though. Conservative approach for both fighters so far early in this fight. Good body shot and then a low kick here from Flores. There's 2021 featherweight champion Moraes Khaybulaev, who is back tonight after a year away attending to an eye problem. Still undefeated in his mixed martial arts career, Moraes Khaybulaev.
That's the back of the head.
A problem at 145 pounds. He'll take on Ryoji Kudo later.
We're gonna go right now.
Let's check in with our betting expert, Ian Parker. Any betting opportunities when you see these live odds? Gaito plus 140.
I like Flores right now at plus 140 if you're going to take him. Right now, Torres seems to kind of just be hesitant, waiting, and Flores is leading the dance. He was earlier plus 200. The odds keep going down. I think he's the guy in this fight. I think you can get good value with him at underdog odds still.
Thank you, Ian Parker. Flores is able to now press Torres back to the cage.
Randy, it seemed like Flores is trying to kind of stay head on to Torres to hit a takedown here. Does he need to cut an angle?
He does need to capture those hips and get a little bit of an angle and then use that angle to take his opponent, block that hip and knee and take him over that way. Doesn't have a post to put out there to stay on his feet.
Torres tried the outside trip there. Now Torres reaches down, pulls over for a takedown and finishes the round on top. Round two when we return. Take down stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brown color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put until you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. Sean O'Connell here with Randy Couture and Kenny Flurry beside the PFL Smart Cage inside the cage. Regular season featherweight action. That's Daniel Torres in his PFL debut. In the green trunks is Alejandro Flores. Tough first round to score. AI gives it to Flores. We'll see what the strategy is here in round number two. Both men Pretty conservative early.
Yeah, Torres isn't exactly known as a high-volume striker, but when he does land, he's usually pretty accurate. And Flores has good footwork, he has good lateral movement, but he's not throwing a whole lot of volume either. It seems like he's been really looking to get to that clinch and look for takedowns more than anything else.
Both guys have 7 knockouts, and I'm kind of wondering how the heck they done it.
Well, it's interesting because Gallito Alejandro Flores was on a win streak, and then last year in the regular season, Ryoji Kudo dispatched him with 1 big punch. So even though that was a long time ago, is the memory fresh enough that it's affecting the way that he fights now?
Could very well be the case. Some people don't come back very confident after they get knocked out, and you may be seeing that in Flores, taking a more conservative approach, more defensive approach.
Torres pressing Gallito up against the cage here.
Come grab him.
He's got the body lock. Tried the knee. Flores able to reverse position.
Stay busy on the cage.
2 minutes gone here in round 2, and they are chest to chest. Torres with a swing and a miss on the exit. Flores with a swing and a miss trying to come back in. Randy, one of the tough things about a fight like this, respecting your opponent's power, and you're feeling it. Oh, big right hand from Torres.
Yeah, that hurt Flores for sure.
Flores able to pull it over,
he's
but
still hurt. He's still hurt. I don't know if Torres realizes it. That right hand snuck through.
Now Gallito may have recovered fully. Movement hasn't been convinced just yet. Missed opportunity there for Torres?
Yeah, exactly. I think Torres might not have realized that he hurt him. I get having some respect for your opponent's abilities and their powers, but at some point you've got to take a risk and step in there and let your hands go.
Well, especially in the season format where these guys are trying to earn points. If you leave a close fight, a tactical fight, a conservative fight to the judges' scorecards, you find yourself potentially disappointed and falling further out of reach of $1 million opportunity. That time Torres came in on the left hand.
Yeah, to me, it seems like Flores isn't really committing the way we're used to seeing him commit here in the smart cage.
How about the former unified lightweight boxing champ, Teofimo Lopez. Unbelievable fighter. Big upset over Lomachenko, one of my favorite boxing matches in recent history. Teofimo Lopez in the building.
That dude knows how to commit to punches.
You can't
Final minute of round number 2. Torres is able to bowl Flores down to the ground. Ian Parker, how do you see this fight in the live odds?
I think Flores won round 1. This was the only thing that really happened in round 2, so I don't agree with the -175 of Torres. He's really done nothing. He's not thrown any volume. If he can make use of this takedown and get some action from on top, then he can decisively take the round. But even if he gets that, it's going to be 1-1 going into the third.
Thank you to the Duck. Flores trying to kick away at that lead leg with the heel strikes. Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Torres spins, but nothing doing.
Stop, time.
A quick timeout there from Tyone. welcome back. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is PFL 1. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. And the second round is not yet officially over.
This is a hard warning. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you.
Because of this.
I know you're not doing it on purpose.
Up kick
but you're responsible
on
for
a
your
spitting
weapons.
target.
Okay? This is a hard warning. If there's another one, I will take a point. Okay?
Referee Chris Taioni offering a final warning to Alejandro Flores, telling him he will take a point if it happens again. There should just be a couple of seconds remaining in this second round.
There's 2 seconds left on the clock. Come right over here, please.
2 seconds left in round number 2.
Time in. Fight.
On the restart.
Time.
Enough for that kick attempt. And now back to the corner. So the point I was trying to make, Randy, before Daniel Torres landed the most significant strike of the fight so far was that this feeling out process can't extend a full 2 rounds.
No. That in any fight, let alone this fight. It's not how we operate. You've got to go out there and try and score points, bonus points, if you want to stay in the hunt for the championship in this league.
I applaud composure, but there is such thing as too much of a good thing. The toughest test in mixed martial arts continues next Friday on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus with the heavyweights and women's featherweights in action. Larissa Pacheco coming off the biggest upset of 2022, her $1 million championship win against Kayla Harrison. Plus, the 2021 heavyweight champion, Bruno Capoloza, looks for another vicious knockout. Coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN Plus. Alejandro Flores in the green trunks. Torres, Daniel Torres in the gray. Solid upright stance here from Torres. Stepping in behind the right hand. Gaito moves out of the way. Couple of body shots there. I think both corners told these fighters they need to go out and steal this fight.
Yeah, both men need to show way more a sense of urgency here. Seeing a little bit more movement, but no one really committing just yet. There's a nice kick from Flores and goes upstairs. This is where I've seen Torres kind of struggle in other fights to just be in the proper range. It seems like he's never quite close enough to feel comfortable to throw a flurry. Once he gets on the inside, he'll let his hands go, but he's been very hesitant here against Flores. And Flores, again, as that counter striker, that role that he tends to take in fights, just doesn't make for the best matchup here.
There's another look at our ghost cam technology, looking through the fence, takes the chain link out of the way. Daniel Torres now has his back pressed against the cage.
Don't grab
Alejandro
the cage.
Flores
Don't grab it.
doing the pressing, but not able to mount any significant offense. Torres shoves it off back to a striking range. That's a nice hook. Heavy leg kick there from Alejandro Flores.
Flores starting to get a little too wild here, but it's good to see him really try to commit more on his strikes.
Let's go.
Halfway through round number 3. Live odds in the favor of Daniel Torres. Look at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's Bubba Jenkins chopping it up with Wiz Khalifa. Wiz, a partner here in the PFL, and avid mixed martial arts trainer, or trainee, I should say, himself. You might hear his songs on the opens here for the PFL regular season. Wiz in the building. to watch Bubba do work later tonight.
There's some nice countering from Flores. Now looking for a takedown, has a much better angle here. See if he can finish it. Yeah, I mean, he's got the angle here. He's just not taking it. He seems like he wants to stay more square to Torres up against the cage for control, but very difficult to hit a takedown from there.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice body shots from Flores. Nice return from Torres.
The hammer fist to the lead thigh. Maybe a little too late for that to score dividends in this fight.
Yeah, it's pretty risky as well. Now going for a double. Torres trying to counter with a guillotine, front headlock. Good job by Flores to get his head out of there.
Don't grab it. Do not grab the face.
Final 30 seconds of this featherweight bout. 3 points and a potential bonus point still on the line if either man can get a last-second finish. Torres tries to step through with the inside trip. Unsuccessful. Final 10 seconds. Exchange of left hand. Gaito tries to run through and is able to pull Torres down to finish this fight on top at the final bell. Here's our Cageonomics stats book presented by Geico. And Alejandro Flores outlanded, out through in a very strategic fight. Wonder if he got credit for that last second takedown. Still to come, Josh Silveira. We'll see him taking on Sam K. Just for men, beard cam moment. Computerized scoring here favors Alejandro Flores in round number 1. Daniel Torres gets the nod in rounds 2 and 3, according to the algorithm. Let's take a look at some replays here, brought to you by Celsius. A nice body shot and a leg kick.
Yeah, a little lead rip to the body. It could be a dangerous punch to throw, but I'm glad he threw a punch.
Yeah, there was a nice shot there from Torres. Nice right hand that definitely hurt Flores. I believe that was in round 2. There's a nice inside trip by Torres as well. Got top position there. And this is one of those fights, very difficult to score. There just simply wasn't a whole lot of action, not a whole lot of exchanges. It's going to be interesting to see what the judges do here.
There's Wiz Khalifa signing some PFL gloves backstage. I believe we have an official decision from the judges, but we'll see what our announcers thought. AI thought it was Torres. Randy and Kenny thought Gaito Alejandro Flores earned the decision victory here. We'll see what the commission judges have to say with Justin Roberts.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All three judges score this bout 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the featherweight division, Alejandro El Gallito Flores.
So Gallito gets the 3 points and a spot in the featherweight standings. Miguel Torres, understandably disappointed. Flores with 3, Gabriel Braga with 3. Pinedo and Torres back to the drawing board before their second regular season bout. We return next on ESPN+. More left hands from both lead. He's got the handcuff on the right arm of Brendan Loughnane. Well, this is a finishing position.
I know Mavlid, I think, more than 14 years. He support when I have fight, I support when he have fight. We push each other and we improve together. He's grew up like wrestler, you know, and now last couple years he becomes striker.
Flying knee again, Harrison hurt. Harrison's in trouble. Is in big trouble.
He have one of the best knockout of all time in MMA, like this jumping knee. I'm very proud of how he improved himself past couple of years. With the PFL, he grew up very, very good.
Oh, big shot!
No one has been able to win a round against this guy.
The PFL Featherweight World Champion,
Welcome back to PFL regular season action in Las Vegas. Here's our light heavyweight standings so far. Only one light heavyweight bout in the books. Ty Flores got the decision victory over Monte. Our next light heavyweight bout is brought to you by Bose. Josh Silveira taking on Sam K. Tail of the tape also brought to you by Bose for this light heavyweight bout. Josh Silveira, 30 years of age. Sam K is 31. K is the taller fighter at 6'3". He weighed in at the light heavyweight limit of 206. Both men with a 75-inch reach on the arms and a 42-inch reach on the legs. Justin Roberts with the light heavyweight.
This bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL light heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 206 pounds with a record of 8 victories and 6 losses. Fighting out of Blacktown City, Australia, Sam K9 K. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 202 3/4 pounds with 9 wins and 1 defeat, fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, Joshua Silveira. Your referee, Kerry Hatley.
There's Kerry Hatley with the ref cam on. Sam K in the gray trunks. Only PFL fighter representing the island nation of Tonga. And Josh Silveira.
We're right here. Ready? Let's go to work.
Prospect and rising star out of Coconut Creek, Florida. Silveira in the southpaw stance. Sam K came down from a heavyweight opportunity last year. Feels like this is the right weight class for him. A lot of speed and power.
Yeah, looks massive out there. But Silveira, no stranger to fighting larger opponents. Got it done against Martin Hamlet, massive 205er last year.
With that exact technique, actually,
Yes.
is how he got it done with the high kick. That one glanced off the guard of Sam K.
Yeah, Silveira, you know, he's not so fast at 205, but he is smooth, and he can kind of lull you to sleep a little bit, change his looks, he's a little unorthodox, and then he can accelerate very quickly into something very different. So he's got a lot of different tools he can throw at you.
Another Challenger Series product from a year ago. Guy who was 2-division champion in smaller organizations, made the move up here to the PFL, had some success, came up just short of a championship opportunity a year ago. Now he grabs a hold of the larger Sam K. And this is an interesting exchange here, Randy, because Silveira's got that collegiate wrestling background. Sam K, though, I mean, is visibly a much larger 205-pounder.
And look where all Sam K's weight and size is in his hips and thighs.
My goodness.
His center of gravity is really, really thick.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. He's got those scrawny little arms.
He's not small there either, but yeah, absolutely, Randy. Low center of base there too when Silveira was trying to take him down.
Josh Silveira,
Stocky.
very wisely though, staying active, picking and sniping, and not letting Sam K start any combinations.
Silveira's got to be careful. Those hands get a little bit too low.
Good work by K after Silveira tried the entry and grabbed a hold. K immediately turned his hips, trying to press Silveira into the cage. Doesn't want to let the rest of the wrestling.
Oh, nice takedown there by Josh Silveira.
Nice little balance by Josh to stay on one foot there, keep that leg trapped, and hop K around till he can't step and fall.
This is where Josh Silveira wants to be. Now on the back of Sam
Nice,
K.
poke hooks in. Anchor on tight, there's the tag. Wow.
Quick points for Josh Silveira with the first round submission.
Yeah, he's going to make his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt father very happy with that one. A signature submission from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, rear naked choke for Silveira.
And put it on very, very quick.
Yeah, sure
Wasted
did.
no time.
Ian Parker picked that one accurately. He had Josh Silveira by submission. So back to the winning ways goes Josh Silveira. An efficient performance as we look at the Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. The takedown with, Randy, what do we even call that? He figure forward his leg.
Yeah, I mean, he tripped him, but
the leg trap and the trip?
Yeah.
Nice work by Josh Silveira. One of the advantages of growing up in a high-level mixed martial arts gym, not married to any one technique, any one style, was able to keep Sam K off balance, literally and figuratively, and gets the victory.
And there's the legendary Conan Silveira with his son.
Here's the body lock. He's got the outside leg trap. He pulls him around over that with that leg trap. Sam K can't step. Only option is to fall down.
Nifty
He's
little...
very, very slick. Watch him transition now as Sam tries to get up. Takes the back, one hook in. Second hook goes in as they roll. And the choke is on, just like that.
Randy, is that legal in Greco? Because he grabbed the legs with the legs.
Yeah.
So,
thankfully, this is not Greco.
Yeah, nice control there. And transitions just so quickly and so efficiently to the back. Already had the arm underneath the chin of Sam K, so once he secured it, was all over.
Justin Roberts makes this one official.
Referee Kerry Hatley calls a stop to this bout at 2 minutes and 46 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by rear naked choke and earning 6 points in the PFL light heavyweight division, Joshua Silveira.
So a quick 6, took him less than 3 minutes. Josh Silveira by submission puts him for now atop the light heavyweight standings. Plenty more action to come at 205 pounds, including a bout with that man, Fakhreddine. He'll take on a former finalist, Martin Hamlet, when we return on ESPN+. The PFL is back at the Virgin Theater in Las Vegas, Nevada, Friday, April 7th and Friday, April 14th. A limited number of tickets are still available for purchase, starting at just $25. You can get yours at PFLMMA.com. All right, here's tonight's light heavyweight standings so far. Josh Silveira with the first round submission of Sam K gets 6 points. Ty Flores, hard-fought decision victory, good enough for 3 as he took out Monte. Our final fight on this ESPN Plus portion of the card is brought to you by Puncher's Chance. Kentucky Bourbon, Martin Hamlet out of Norway, Fakhreddine representing Lebanon.
Making his way to the blue corner, Fakhreddine.
Fakhreddine making his regular season debut here in the PFL. 12 knockouts, 13 of his 15 career wins have come by finish. Fakhreddine is certainly here to chase a champion, like all fighters are. But for him, fighting serves a higher purpose.
Back home in Lebanon, the situation there is really bad, and I got 2 kids and I got a wife there, and I'm trying to put food on the table. I'm willing to put my life on the line to get that $1 million check, and before the belt. I'm here to make money. I'm here to put food on the table for my kids.
Making his way to the red corner, Martin Hamlet.
We've seen different forms, I will say, of Martin Hamlet. We've seen him be dominant and strong. He calls himself the dark horse, and he's proven to be a dark horse at times. At other times, maybe not as consistent, maybe a little bit more hesitant.
I really feel like it's a function of him sorting out his wrestling background and figuring out exactly where he needs to be in a cage in mixed martial arts. He's got the athletic prowess and the mindset to him. He's just got to develop the technique.
Well, he shifted his focus in training, and he believes this third PFL season, third time will be the charm.
During the off season, I have been working on a lot. It's like just to become a better fighter. I have had the time now to concentrate to just get better and not have the stress about having the fight. So when people in my division was fighting for the world title in the playoffs, I will still back home, concentrate about the next season. My focus was not on them, it was just in the future. So I feel different this year. And let's not forget, it's my third season in PFL. I'm not a newcomer anymore, and I definitely know I can run through the division this year.
Kenny, let's talk your keys to victory.
Well, for Hamlet, it's all about consistency. You called it earlier, Sean. He also needs to focus throughout the fight, every second, every round. And for Fakhreddine, he needs to take the fight to Hamlet, see if he can surprise him early. We've seen Hamlet kind of let his guard down early in some fights.
Our Tell the Tape brought to you by Puncher's Chance Kentucky Bourbon. Martin Hamlet, 31. Mohamed Fakhreddine, 38 years of age. Hamlet is an inch taller and weighed in 1 pound heavier. Men have an equal arm reach of 75 inches, 3-inch advantage favoring Hamlet on the legs. Justin Roberts, take it away.
This bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL light heavyweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 205 pounds, with a record of 15 wins, 4 losses, and 2 no contests. Fighting out of Beirut, Lebanon, the latest, Mohamed Fakhreddine. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 205 and 1/2 pounds, with a record of 10 wins and 4 defeats. Fighting out of Tonsberg, Norway, he is the 2021 light heavyweight finalist, the Dark Horse, Martin Hamlet. And your referee, Mark Smith.
There's Mohamed Fakhreddine in the gray trunks, Martin Hamlet in the yellow. Regular season light heavyweight bout.
Ready? What? Ready? Fights on.
Touch of the gloves and we are underway. Immediate takedown attempt here from Hamlet, who drives Fakhreddine and lands him.
Hamlet off to a good start here. Fakhreddine back to his feet though. Hamlet might be looking for a suplex here. Nice mat return.
Up.
Got him in that cradle.
Front choke.
Now front choke.
Jumping knee attempt here from Martin Hamlet, who is blitzing hard on Mohamed Fakhreddine. Another takedown. Fakhreddine heavy on the neck. Hamlet shrugs it off.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake going for that guillotine there. Hamlet back on that front head.
Now trying to take the back.
Hamlet seems like he's in a hurry.
Yeah, he sure is.
He saw Josh Silveira get a 3-minute submission and says, I want 6 points. I want top placement in the standings. And there's a nasty crank on the jaw of Mohamed Fakhreddine, who is right now tapped out. Quick 6.
Face crank.
For Martin Hamlet.
Yeah, I tell you what, I wouldn't want Hamlet cranking on my neck like that, even if it's not underneath my chin. Brutal stuff there from Hamlet.
Mohamed Fakhreddine is in a lot of pain. The pressure on the jaw. Martin Hamlet, a man on a mission, I would say. Came out, wasted no time at all, Randy. You know, we talked about what's the key for him, knowing when to wrestle, knowing when to strike, knowing to put the whole game together. I think he saw the matchup here. He knew that Mohamed Fakhreddine has knockout power, and he said, I'm not going to mess with him. And that's something that you have to applaud from a fighter who's figuring out his skill set, knowing where his highest percentage is, and we saw him execute.
So I'll come out, freight train him, put him on the ground, make him wrestle me as much as I can make him wrestle me. I'm not going to mess around with this guy's power when he's fresh, for sure.
You see there the Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. The numbers aren't big because we were here for a good time, not a long time. That's for sure. So Mohamed Fakhreddine trying to figure out how to bounce back from 0 points in his PFL debut, but Martin Hamlet in a good spot. And the light heavyweight division, more finishes in this division than any other division. So you need the points to put yourself in a good playoff spot. We'll speak with Martin Hamlet next. PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Puncher's Chance, surrender to nothing. And by Celsius, Live Fit, the official energy drink of the PFL.
All right, let's take a look at some of the replays here. There's Hamlet shooting in for a double leg straight away, right to start this fight. Went to control that wrist, wasn't able to do that. Fakhreddine was able to get back to his feet there But you can see Hamlet very committed to taking this fight to the ground, Randy.
Absolutely. Got himself in a little bit of trouble there. Had to clear his neck, protect his neck. He secured a very, very nice top position. Again, now threatening the neck. Here he is with back control. Body triangle on, sinking in the choke. It becomes more of a face crank.
Right.
He's not under the chin and on the neck, but he has definitely put some pressure on that neck, and there's the tap.
Yeah, just brutal stuff. That will crank your neck, will crank your face, and everything in between. We have someone that strong, that big, like Martin Hamlet. My goodness. Muhammad tried to hold on, but just not enough. Just so much leverage there on the face. Just brutal stuff there. Muhammad trying to punch, but that position just too strong. And we have our ring announcer, Justin, who has our official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith calls a halt to this bout at 1 minute and 5 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by face crank and earning 6 points to the PFL Light Heavyweight Division, Martin Hamlet.
All right, let's take a look at the standings there. You see Martin Hamlet, Joshua Silveira, former opponents, leading the pack there with 6 points, both getting the back and getting the finishes in round 1. And Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Martin Hamlet. Sean.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Martin Hamlet, the dark horse, a quick 6 points, and we were talking about it. You wasted no time, immediately grabbed the takedown, went right to work. Describe the mindset behind getting right after Mohamed Fakhreddine.
It's a lot of good opponents and good guys in the division this year, and I need all the points I can, and especially when I see Silveira getting 6 points, I really want to be for him. I don't know if I made it in the time, but yeah, he definitely got me motivated backstage.
You did beat his time, so you are now top of the light heavyweight standings for now. And you mentioned when we were talking to you this week that this is your 3rd season in the PFL. You're not a newcomer anymore. You figured out this format. Do you think that gives you an advantage, knowing exactly what to expect from the season?
Yeah, I'm getting older and getting more experience. And as I said, it's my 3rd season. And to see Sadibusi win in the 4th season he got, that really, yeah, it motivated me a lot. And to bring that energy he gives me. When he came backstage, grabbed my hand, I knew I really want to follow his steps.
All right, I want to talk about the actual finish, because you got onto his back, and there's a replay here. You grabbed the choke, but it wasn't really the choke. You're on the jaw. I know you felt you were on the jaw, and you just squeezed. Did you think he was going to tap to the pressure?
Let's say I've been training strange in the off-season, and I know that maybe I'm not the most technical grappler, but I need to believe in the finish, and to see, like, you know, Khabib and stuff making people tap when you just got over the chin. So yeah, I just need to believe in my finish. And Ray told me, like, back in the last fight in the last season, you need to believe more in yourself, and that's exactly what the dark horse is going to do this season.
6 points right now, top of the light heavyweight division standings. Martin Hamlet, the dark horse, victorious at PFL 1.
We still have this fight coming up, Randy. My goodness, Bubba Jenkins taking on Chris Wade. 2 very technical and capable fighters who love to move forward, and they don't like each other very much.
If you like to see heat in a fight, there is definitely heat in this fight.
All right, Sean O'Connell and Kenny Florian and Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. The light heavyweight standings you saw there. We just talked to Martin Hamlet. He said, man, Josh Silveira got the quick finish. I wanted to get a quicker finish. that's what this division is about. Big-time finishers at light heavy and more to come on our ESPN card tonight. Randy, light heavyweight shaping up to be pretty interesting already.
They are living up to their reputation and keeping that 70% finish rate well intact here. It's been great.
So at featherweight, we've had some more tactical fights so far. We have, coming up on the main card, Bubba Jenkins and Chris Wade. Two fighters. It's a rematch. They already fought. They really, truly dislike each other. And look, they're both experienced, 35 years of age for each of them. But does that emotion affect the way that they fight? Because they both kind of know the score and how tough a season is.
It certainly can. You know, Chris Wade talked about that. He said he was too emotional last year, got caught up in all the drama outside of it. He's really trying to stay focused at the task at hand. I think that's very important. For Bubba Jenkins, he may not want to, though. Sometimes he rises to the occasion with his emotions, but more than anything else, I think it's more important to focus on that guy in front of you, put everything behind you, focus on the challenge in front of you.
Sometimes bad blood is manufactured to sell a fight. Yeah. And sometimes it is not. Take a listen to what these guys had to say about one another earlier this week.
Chris Wade is a nuisance to me, regardless of anybody else. I don't like the way he wins. I don't like the way he loses. I don't like him as a person. I don't like him as a man. I don't like him, forget fighting. I wouldn't be caught on a boat with this guy if there's only 3 people in the world, you know. I just don't like him. I just want to slap the out you, and I don't know if that's going to fix it. I'm gonna beat Wade senseless, wire to wire. I can say I want to knock him out, which you guys know. I can say I'm going to punish him. I know I'm not going to be wrestling that much. Wrestling, you can't hurt him. You can only advance in position. I'm looking to hurt Chris Wade in every way possible.
The last time we fought, he went about his business and it didn't work for him. I'm in his head deep. He doesn't want to admit it, but I'm deep in the back of that man's head. I live rent-free there. I just want, when we lock the cage door, I want all that energy focused on winning and hurting him in there. Does not matter what we say to each other outside. We don't have to be friends. We're both vying for $1 million that only one of us can have. So it's just about, listen, respect everybody, but I don't fear any of them, and I'm looking forward to getting to compete against them all again.
Okay, so two guys who fought each other previously and engaged in a lot of trash talk, and now almost pointedly avoiding engaging with one another in that matter. In fact, avoiding it so much that, take a look at what Bubba Jenkins did at the weigh-in.
It's a 2022 PFL.
That is a strip of red, I think, duct tape across his mouth. His nickname, Bad Man, written on it. Still an intense stare down, but no chirping. Not wasting the energy this time around of trying to deliver a message to their opponent. They want to let the fight do the talking, and despite me pleading, Bubba would not let me borrow the tape.
I wanted to borrow it, put it over your mouth, but I guess I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't work.
I think that loss to Chris Wade a couple seasons ago was the best thing that could have happened to Bubba Jenkins. He's been much more humble. He's gotten back to work. You've seen better hands come out of him. He's doing a lot less talking, and I think that's good for him.
Yeah.
And the way that the loss happened for Bubba, right? Bubba is a former Division I national champion in collegiate wrestling, okay? He is one of the most credentialed wrestlers, pure folk style wrestlers in the sport of mixed martial arts. And he got out wrestled in that fight by Chris Wade. The cage wrestling, the pressure, the mixing it in with the martial arts, with all the martial arts, that's how Chris Wade was able to beat Bubba Jenkins. So to Randy's point, Bubba went back and said, I can't just rely on being the better wrestler in every fight. And the hands, man, last season, Bubba's hands were on a different level than we had seen previously. He tells us that he's taken another leap, another step in that direction. If that's true, Kenny, he is dangerous everywhere.
Yeah, no question about it. I think that was one of those cases where you either win or you learn. Bubba Jenkins learned from that fight, came back a much more competent and comfortable striker everywhere, not only with his hands, with his kicks, the way he was putting it all together with his takedowns. This is a very different fight, guys.
Of course, that Bubba versus Chris Wade fight will take place at featherweight. And it's not just about them, it's about the whole season and where they fit in the standings. Right now, the featherweight standings look like this. Alejandro Flores got the split decision victory, 3 points. Gabriel Braga got a hard-fought victory over Jesus Pinedo, 3 points for him as well. So featherweight right now, wide open. Anyone who grabs a finish immediately leaps right to the top of the standings. And 2 men who will be seeking a finish tonight. At featherweight, Brendan Loughnane, last year's champion, and Marlon Moraes. That will cap off all the action tonight. Brendan Loughnane versus Marlon Moraes, our main event.
Fighting out of Manchester, England, Brendan Loughnane.
But I come from a real gritty place in Manchester where it's fighting, and it's pure fighting.
Combination unloading here from Brendan Loughnane. Brendan Loughnane puts Moraes down. 6 points. Loughnane with a sharp right hand. Beautiful combination. Brendan Loughnane.
The PFL Featherweight World Championship.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled. Loughnane jumps on for the kill and pounds away with the right hand. He lands a knee and that's it. Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion. What a main event that is. Brendan Loughnane, Marlon Moraes. Let's talk about Brendan Loughnane. You know, Randy just brought up the point that a loss to Chris Wade was a good thing for the career of Bubba Jenkins. And Brendan Loughnane had that moment in his career. He in 2021, he lost to Khaybulaev. He got out-wrestled. He got out-pressured. He couldn't stand up. He couldn't use his incredible striking. So he went and sought out that exact level of training partner. He went and found Dagestani wrestlers to help him improve that pressure and that wrestling, and we saw that pay dividends in 2022.
No question about it. If you're paying attention, you know, combat will always reveal a certain truth. You need to look at that and really say, what do I need to do to improve? And Loughnane absolutely made those improvements. And also, I think he was a study in how to deal with adversity as well last year. So learned a lot about himself, and he's coming into tonight extremely confident.
One of the other truths that we need to acknowledge in this main event is that a knockout artist like Brendan Loughnane could be a nightmare for Marlon Moraes, who's been knocked out a few times recently. But Moraes has incredible grappling credentials. Is that the well he has to go to win this fight?
I think it is. I think if he's been studying Brendan at all and seeing what Brendan Loughnane been doing, he's going to go out and try and bide his time, get his hands on him, try and find a way to put this fight on the ground, and hope that he can use his Brazilian jiu-jitsu to take Brendan Loughnane out of this fight.
So the main event still to come. And you know what? You can actually weigh in who you think is going to win. Scan that QR code at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Brendan Loughnane, Marlon Moraes. Weigh in. Tell us who you think is going to win the main event at PFL 1. It's easy. Take your phone, turn on the camera, scan the QR code, and cast your vote. Who will win the main event tonight? Regular season action continues in just a moment on ESPN and simulcast right here on ESPN Plus. Toronto Cardinal joined by a very special guest, Wiz Khalifa.
What's up, man?
How you doing, sir?
Trying to get these headphones over my hair.
This man, people don't know, Wiz. You're not only an avid mixed martial arts fan, you train. I've heard really good things. Randy's told me.
Yeah.
You got the range, you got the kicks.
Yep.
Will we ever see you competing inside of a smart cage just for fun?
I don't want to say no, but not anytime soon, man. I'm focused on making music. I got a tour coming up. I got to keep this face pretty.
Well, the music thing is working out quite nicely for Wiz Khalifa, as most of you are aware. Let's talk about the PFL.
Yeah.
PFL 1, the regular season begins now. This is the toughest test in all of mixed martial arts because it's a regular season, it's playoffs, and a championship. These early fights, what did you like best?
I like the hunger that everybody has. The good thing about a PFL is you get chances to build your points up and see what happens later on in the season. So everybody's coming in hot. A lot of the dudes got a point to prove from last season, so it's a lot on the line.
I saw you backstage earlier saying hello to Bubba Badman Jenkins. He's got a high-stakes fight tonight against Chris Wade. Those two men really, truly dislike each other. What did you say to Bubba back there?
I said, Bubba, stay focused, stay in the pocket. You got more to do, but, you know, let's start how we want to finish.
Have you trained with Bubba before?
I haven't trained with him yet, but he went to school. He went to Penn State. He wrestled. He's a big superstar up there.
We also had you helping us out on the Challenger Series, right?
Absolutely.
Celebrity judge on the Challenger Series. Gabriel Braga came in here on short notice from the Challenger Series, got himself a regular season win and a place in the featherweight standings. To you, to me, I think that proves that the Challenger Series is working how it's supposed to.
Absolutely, man. It's a great opportunity for fighters to come in. Some of them, like you said, short notice, and it's going to change their life, change their whole career.
The $1 million prize, as you know, fighter pay is a big discussion in mixed martial arts. Our champions every single year have an opportunity to earn $1 million. Then the next season, you hit the reset button, you get to chase the $1 million again.
Right.
Is this the true format of how we develop and push the sport of mixed martial arts forward?
Of course. It's all about the fighters. It's catered to the fighters. They're putting their lives and their bodies on the line. Why not get that big paycheck at the end?
All right, what's next for you on the music front?
I've got an album. It's called Whistlemania. It's incredible. The best songs I've written in a long time. Going on tour, the Good Trip Tour, and the High School Reunion Tour with Snoop Dogg. So you know what that's going to be hitting for.
Check out everything that this man does, including his work with us right here on the PFL, Professional Fighters League, the only mixed martial arts organization with a true sports format. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. It's the toughest test in combat sports. Wiz Khalifa is all the way in, and that means you probably should be too. Wiz,
thank you, sir.
Great to see you as always.
Yep.
Regular season action begins right here. It already began right here. You can see our light heavyweight standings. Martin Hamlet with the quick 6. Joshua Silveira with the quick 6. Ty Flores got the hard-fought decision victory. And plenty of action still to come. And by the way, the light heavyweight champion is back. Wilkinson pounding away with the right hand. Referee's seen enough. 5 points. Robert Wilkinson punches his ticket to the 2022 championship. A successful PFL debut. Have big time power, both big finishers.
Wilkinson really trying to set up that right uppercut. There's that right hand over the top.
Blitzing attack here from Robert Wilkinson. Rob Wilkinson is swinging hard. Oh, that left landed. Wilkinson pulls his way into top position.
Wilkinson is trying to go for the kill here.
Another combination from Wilkinson.
Oh, nice knee.
There's a leaping knee. Good right hand again. Another blitzing attack.
Oh, boy.
Blood pouring from the face of Omari Akhmedov.
Oh, nice combination there by Wilkinson, a 2-1. Oh, and an uppercut. How is Omari sticking around here?
Wilkinson really pouring it off with less than 30 seconds in the second round. Body shots now.
Omari's fighting back though. Oh, wow.
Uppercut and a hook.
Oh, big uppercut.
There's the bell.
Wow.
Round 2 in the book.
How in the heck?
What a fight.
Fight's over. Omari Akhmedov. The doctor says no more. Robert Wilkinson becomes the first PFL champion from Australia. There's Rob Wilkinson arriving, getting ready for his co-main event bout in a Bose set of headphones. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, and the bloodbath between Rob Wilkinson and Omari Akhmedov in last year's championship. A lot of that was pure striking, right? It was a kickboxing match. It was dirty boxing. It got ugly. And Rob Wilkinson proved that he can win a fight that way. He proved 4 times last year he can win a fight with his striking. He said this year he's got to get back to being more well-rounded and use his grappling and use his wrestling. Do we see that tonight against Thiago Santos?
I think so. I also think he has to and should. I think that a guy like Santos, to only stand up with him, I think would be way too dangerous. And I also think it's the martial artist in him. He wants to show his full skill set, that he can do it all and win in a variety of ways.
And so for Thiago Santos, I mean, they call him the Hammer for a reason, right? He's got crazy power. And it's not like Rob Wilkinson did not get hit last year. I mean, everyone's always working on their head movement and on their defense. There were opportunities for Rob Wilkinson opponents last year to hit him and potentially take him out. Does Marreta still have that blink one-punch power?
I think he still has that one-punch power, or he wouldn't be in here tonight. That's the truth. But he's got to use his wrestling defensively, keep this fight standing, not be afraid to be first to the dance. Get in there, let those hands go, create those flurries, make it an ugly fight if you have to, but use that horsepower.
Of course, our co-main event takes place in the light heavyweight division. They have the luxury of knowing how many points they need to get to the top of the standings. Well, guess how many they need? They need 6, and they need 6 quickly because of our Bud Light finish of the night so far. The move by Josh Silveira, first round submission, grabs the rear naked choke. Sam K says no more. Bud Light finish of the night. Conan Silveira, that's dad and coach. He says well done. 6 points for Silveira, 6 points for Hamlet. You need 6 points to be the top of the table at light heavyweight. We'll see you on ESPN.
Tonight, the PFL regular season is back, and it's more than just a fight. It's a season.
The time is now.
4 fights in 8 months.
Wow.
The toughest test in MMA.
Oh my
It's the featherweights and light heavyweights bringing the heat.
Oh, big shot.
Last season, he went from Manchester, England bad boy to PFL champion.
Big TKO.
Now Brandon Loughnane returns in the main event to begin his quest for another title. Plus, another returning champ, Razor Rob Wilkinson, brings his fist of fury into the smart cage. He'll take on Thiago Santos, the man who gave John Jones his toughest fight. Plus, can Mobley Khaybulaev bring back the flying knee heard around the world? PFL starts right now.
The Professional Fighters League regular season is back. This time, Las Vegas, Nevada plays host to our first 3 regular season events as the pursuit of a $1 million championship begins in 2023. Featherweights and light heavyweights take center stage tonight at the Theater at Virgin Hotels. Loughnane, Moraes in a main event, Wilkinson, Santos in a co-main event. It is league action, and if you don't know what I mean by league action, let me explain it for you. We have 10 fighters in each weight class, 6 different weight classes. Fighters take part in 2 regular season bouts. They earn points in those bouts, 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish in any round. The top 4 fighters on points in each division make the playoffs, and at the end of the playoffs is a $1 million championship bout and a beautiful gold belt. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, Kenny Couture, Randy Florian. It doesn't matter. We're so excited because we've seen great action so far. Already the featherweight and light heavyweight divisions are starting to take shape. This is the toughest test in mixed martial arts. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. To win $1 million, you got to win 4 fights in less than 8 months. That's what all of these fighters are trying to do. That is what Brendan Loughnane did last year as the featherweight champion. Let's start with him. The Englishman has really eliminated a lot of holes in his game. He's got to take on a tough test in Marlon Moraes tonight. What are the keys for Brendan?
You know, he really was a study in heart, determination, and skill last year. Dealt with a lot of adversity, but this is a guy who really can do it all. There's a lot of different ways that he can approach this fight against Marlon Moraes. He is good everywhere. Needs to stop the takedowns against Moraes, but Moraes is a threat on the feet as well, and Loughnane knows how to do that with his counter striking and his footwork as well.
Well, Brendan Loughnane wants to be called one of the best in the world at 145 pounds. Marlon Moraes has beat some of the best in the world.
No doubt about it. He's got wins over Jose Aldo, Jermaine Sterling, who's the current champ in this division in a different promotion. This guy's got great skills, black belt in jiu-jitsu, not afraid to let his hands go. Defended the title in the World Series of Fighting for 5 consecutive fights. This guy's got all the skills he needs, just needs to put it together.
A stellar main event to cap off all the action tonight. That one at featherweight and that one for points in our regular season format. The co-main event takes place in the light heavyweight division as the returning 2022 champ Rob Wilkinson takes on the heavy-hitting Brazilian Thiago Santos. Let's start with Rob Wilkinson. 4 fights last year, 4 finishes, 2 in the second round, 2 in the first round. How do you improve on a season like that?
Well, you haven't had or seen a dominant season like that since Emiliano Sordi did it, almost the same way. This guy showed his striking, stand in the pocket, great angles, great footwork, not afraid to kick, not afraid to knee. I think the thing we're going to have to see tonight is some of his grappling and wrestling skills to get this done with Santos, but it's going to be a very, very interesting fight. And this guy, in my opinion, is at the peak of his career right now and wants to be ranked in the world.
Well, he's going to have to be at the peak of his career if he wants to beat someone like Thiago Santos, because the only people who have beat Thiago Santos are like top 5 level light heavyweights. Does the Brazilian still have that one-punch power that could beat someone like Rob Wilkinson?
I think he does. You know, you hear the cliche, that's the last thing to go. Santos is a guy that if he gets you to brawl with him, it actually moves the fight into his favor, and he can knock you out in a variety of ways. There's a reason they call him the Hammer, and you see that massive hammer tattoo on his chest. He's got to stop the takedown here against Wilkinson. That will increase his chances. But, you know, when you hear guys like John Jones, who many people consider the GOAT, and he says that was the toughest striker that he's ever faced, that means something.
So the 2022 featherweight champ is back in a main event. The 2022 light heavyweight champ is back in a co-main event. The 2021 and still undefeated featherweight champ, Moraes the Killer Khaybulaev, is also on the card tonight, taking on a big-time puncher in Ryoji Kudo. That will be our second bout on the main card. Incredible action, and you can see the odds here. Brendan Loughnane is a big-time favorite. Prohibitive number next to his name. Same is true of the aforementioned Moraes Khaybulaev. They are both heavy betting favorites against Marlon Moraes and Ryoji Kudo, respectively. Here's our featherweight standings so far. Alejandro Flores has 3 points for a decision victory. The same is true of Gabriel Braga, who actually took his bout on 24 hours notice. He showed up here, weighed in as the alternate, and he had to fight because of a medical issue, a clearance issue for Joe Sung Bin. Braga was very grateful for the opportunity, very excited about it. He made good on it, more importantly, and improves his undefeated mixed martial arts record as a pro. Only 24 years of age, and the kid is already a problem for anyone in this division. We'll start the action tonight on our main card in the featherweight division. 3 5-minute rounds at 145 pounds. Chris Wade versus Bubba Jenkins, brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve.
Making his way to the blue corner, Bubba Jenkins.
Bubba Jenkins making his walk to the PFL Smart Cage. More confident than ever, more technical than ever, more focused than ever. He was a runner-up in this division a year ago, a former Division I national champion on the wrestling mats. But truly a well-rounded mixed martial artist at this point in his career.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the way he was able to put it all together last year. Wasn't able to get it done. Lost in the finals to Brendan Loughnane in a terrific fight. So he's knocking on that door for sure.
This rivalry is simple. Bubba Jenkins flat out cannot stand Chris Wade.
Chris Wade is a nuisance to me, regardless of everybody else. I don't like the way he wins. I don't like the way he loses. I don't like him as a person. I don't like him as a man. I don't like him. Forget fighting. I wouldn't be caught on a boat with this guy if there's only 3 people in the world. You know, I just don't like him. I just want to slap the out you, and I don't know if that's going to fix it. I'm gonna beat Wade senseless, wire to wire. I can say I want to knock him out, which you guys know. I can say I'm going to punish him. I know I'm not going to be wrestling that much. Wrestling, you can't hurt him. You can only advance in position. I'm looking to hurt Chris Wade in every way possible.
Heading to the red corner, Chris Wade.
Talk about the different focus for Bubba Jenkins. Even though there's so much vitriol in this rivalry, Chris Wade is not wasting the energy on it this year, Randy. He's a guy who says, I'm just going to let the way I fight do the talking. Also a former PFL runner-up. He's a 4-time playoff fighter. It's not 3rd time the charm for him. He's hoping 5th time is the charm. Proud representative of Long Island. Still chasing a PFL championship for the first time.
And a lot of his fighting at 155. For the first 2 seasons, the PFL came down to 145 to stay in the PFL. And we've seen him adjust on his journey, just get technically better and better and better. And this is the best Chris Wade I believe we've seen.
The last time these 2 men fought, Wade was willing to engage in the trash talk. He might have incited some of the trash talk. Not true this year.
The last time we fought, he went about his business and it didn't work for him. I'm in his head deep. He doesn't want to admit it, but I'm deep in the back of that man's head. I live rent-free there. I just want, when we lock the cage door, I want all that energy focused on winning and hurting him in there. Does not matter what we say to each other outside. We don't have to be friends. We're both vying for $1 million that only one of us can have. So it's just about, listen, respect everybody, but I don't fear any of them, and I'm looking forward to getting to compete against them all again.
Kenny Flurry, your keys to victory.
Oh man, this is a spicy one. Been waiting a long time for this. For Chris Wade, he needs to throw combinations and counter the takedown attempts by Bubba Jenkins. For Jenkins, he needs to use his speed and rhythm changes with his striking to mix in those takedown attempts as well.
Tail the tape for this featherweight bout brought to you by the United States Air Force Reserve. Both men 35 years of age. Chris Wade at 5'10" is 2 inches taller. Each man weighted at the featherweight limit of 146 pounds. Reach advantage on the arms favoring Bubba Jenkins. Reach advantage on the legs favoring Chris Wade. Justin Roberts, to you.
We are in the theater at Virgin Hotels in Las Vegas, Nevada for this main card bout in the PFL featherweight division, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds with a record of 19 wins and 6 losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, by way of Virginia Beach, Virginia, he is a 2022 PFL Featherweight finalist. He is Bubba Badman Jenkins. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 145.5 pounds with a record of 22 wins and 8 losses. Fighting out of Islip, New York, he is the 2021 Featherweight finalist, Chris Wade. Your referee, Chris Tione.
Chris Tione is equipped with our referee cam. He'll take us right inside the smart cage for an up-close look at the action. Chris Wade in the green trunks, Bubba Jenkins in the gray. No touch of the gloves as one would expect. High kick attempt early from Bubba.
Oh, nice jab there by Jenkins. Goes right for the takedown.
Hard whizzer here from Chris Wade, able to get back to his feet. Now Bubba's able to complete this takedown. Trying to climb over the legs of Chris Wade. This is a league fight here in the Professional Fighters League. 6 points on the line here in the first round. 3 points for a win, 3 points for a finish if you can make it happen in the first.
Bubba Jenkins doing a good job of controlling those leg levers, trying to prevent Wade from getting back to his feet. Here has good position so far.
There's Khaybulaev, the one-time king of this division, getting warm. We'll see him soon as he takes on Ryoji Kudo. Bubba putting that leg of Chris Wade up on a shelf, making it hard for him to use his legs, keep them in the fight, and get himself back to the feet.
Yeah, and Jenkins is trying to turn the back of Wade away from the cage, try to get the shoulders of Wade pinned to the floor instead of the cage. He'll have much more control that way.
Don't grab gloves.
Oh, he's trying to trap the arm like a chicken wing, and he's got it, like he's got that police lock.
Bubba Jenkins with the seatbelt on the far side, but Chris Wade going to corner position, going to try and hand fight and find a way out of this.
He's controlling the legs beautifully so far, now loses that far leg control. Chris Wade might be able to hit a crackdown.
Jenkins is a little high. Wade's going to try and swim through.
You're out! You're out!
He clears that hand, he's going to swim through, and Bubba's going to end up on the bottom. There it is, right there.
Excellent counter wrestling here by Chris Wade, who now finds himself on top. Hey, Hurricane Shane Burgos sitting in as Bubba Jenkins reverses position here. Shouldn't you be preparing for your own bout here, Shane? What's happening? You're taking some time to watch these fights?
Oh man, how could I miss it? And this is the start. I got to see what I'm getting myself in for. So I'm fucking pumped just being here. So thanks for having me on, guys.
You got a main event coming up against a former PFL champion. How you feeling? You know, a couple weeks out.
No man, this is my title fight. I'm looking at it. This is my title fight. I've been training my butt off for this one. I'm ready. Firing all cylinders. Got 1 more week of training, and I'm ready. I can't wait to be in Vegas ready.
Thank you, Shane, for stopping by. An illegal strike. Knee came up. As Bubba threw this knee, he hit the body. That's not to the head of a down fighter.
Yeah, clearly to the chest there. And the other officials could be looking at the replay and let Chris know that that was to the chest.
So the replays make it clear.
Chris Taione stopped this fight, thought that it was a knee to the head of a downed opponent, which of course is illegal in the sport of mixed martial arts and here in the PFL.
Just so you understand, we're in the replay. Relax.
The knee landed on the chest of Chris Wade.
Yeah, and
not illegal. Officials are looking at the replay now. Chris Taione has informed the corner of both fighters that we are in replay review.
yeah, I mean, it's clear as day. I don't know what's taking the replay so long.
Okay. That was a legal shot.
It's
so
the wrong call.
In that same position. Come on. Bubba!
We'll see what the restart looks like.
Go. Down.
Chris
Down
Taione
exactly
is going to put Chris Wade back on his knees or on his...
Because I thought it was to the head. That's
this
why
is
we
not
have
the
replay.
position that they finished
Same
in.
position. Same position.
Front headlock position. This is the position.
Well, Chris Wade was on his knees.
Okay, right there. Set. Fight. Time in.
Okay, we'll restart here, I guess.
Not a great start, but
Chris Wade trying to isolate the head and neck of Bubba Jenkins. See if he can work himself up off of his butt here.
Jenkins again trying to take advantage of this turtle position from Chris Wade.
Got that far side seat belt again.
There's a knee to the buttocks from from Bubba Jenkins. Take some steam out of the lower body and the muscles of Chris Wade.
One hook in for Bubba Jenkins now. He's got to be careful not to get too high and end up on bottom again.
Yep, and Chris Wade needs to turn to his right. Needs to get his shoulder to the floor and see if he can turn and face Jenkins here. Doesn't want to turn away. That's where Jenkins can just follow him.
Bubba now attacking the neck of Chris Wade.
Bubba's got that wrist rod. It's going to make it hard for Wade to turn that way and face him.
And this is where Chris can just, he's turning the wrong way here.
He's got to get his shoulders to the mat. A lot of success early here for Bubba. Now taking the back of Chris Wade. And the mount, back mount. Going to work with the right hand.
And this is a position where Jenkins says he's really been working on his finishing on the ground. It's those positions where Chris really needs to be very careful when he's extending that chin away from his body. That's when you can slip in those chokes. Jenkins not seeing it quite yet, but he's getting Chris to carry his weight, and this could take effect later rounds.
Final 10 seconds of this first round.
Bubba's high again. Got to be careful.
You see the live odds favoring Bubba Jenkins as we head to round 2 at PFL 1 on ESPN.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood.
Stunting a little bit at the end there. Yeah, well, when a guy talks like that, it feels good, and you gotta answer back.
They do not like one another.
That's in common about us. I'm a dog, he a cat, and that's about it.
People like to see beef in these fights. I don't like these people.
The humble pie that Chris Wade served me, it tasted like death. It tasted like acid. I mean, and it lived inside of me for a long time. Anybody who knows me, they know that I was supremely inspired and motivated to come back to see Wade again.
Sean O'Connell, Kenny Flurry, and Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. Inside the cage, a featherweight bout between Bubba Jenkins in the gray and the southpaw stance with the high kick, Chris Wade in the green trunks. The second of 3 possible rounds. Still 5 potential points in the featherweight standings on the line here. Bubba looks loose.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job of taking away the kicking game of Chris Wade, which in my opinion is the best part of his striking. Anytime Chris Wade goes for a kick, he's beelining right for the center line and backing Chris Wade up.
He used the overhand right there to close the distance, did Bubba. Presses Chris Wade up against the cage, and now Wade trying to work on a choke.
It's one of the things Wade said he's been working on this off-season, is working on finishing his chokes more efficiently and more effectively.
There you go. There you go.
He's got the neck of Bubba Jenkins. Trying to elevate that left elbow. That's a tight squeeze.
It is a tight squeeze.
Bubba's going to have to work his way all the way over.
He's trying to find a way out of there.
It's not tight. It's not tight. He's on the proper side right now. He can't finish from there, guys.
He got his hips across. More of a crank on Bubba's neck.
Like the fence hampered him a little bit from crossing as fast as he needed to, but definitely got the cross-side position now.
And Wade has to let go of the neck. Now Bubba on top.
All right, you see that shoulder position there for Bubba Jenkins. He's putting a lot of pressure on the jaw of Chris Wade. And you see him, he's on the proper side. Anytime he was going for that guillotine, he knew to get to the opposite side. Head on one side, body on the other. Bubba Jenkins doing a great job of finishing that takedown.
He's now underhooked the far leg. That keeps Chris Wade flat on his back. Ian Parker, our betting expert. We see Jenkins at the -320 live odds. How do we put this bet?
Well, we had over 2.5 rounds where it go in the distance. I think it just kind of shows, even when Bubba has Chris Wade in those difficult moments, he's able to get free. And Wade had that guillotine for a very short period of time. This is a war. Bubba looks like a man possessed, and I think he's going to keep doing this. He found a path to victory here.
Bubba now on the back of Chris Wade, who has yet to find an answer. Very different in these grappling exchanges from their first bout.
You gotta move from here. Can't let him lay here.
All right, we bring Shane Burgos back in. What do you think of this fight? Bubba Jenkins looks good.
Yeah, honestly, I thought Chris was going to win this one. I mean, it's completely different than the first one, but I almost thought Chris was going to have his prediction be right. He almost had that guillotine, but Bubba's grappling is looking solid right now, man. Really good control.
You can't be grabbing his head like that. Let go of it.
Bubba Jenkins has that far side wrist ride, nullifying the right arm of Chris Wade. Throws a hook in here. And Randy, even though the pace has slowed from Bubba a little bit, Chris Wade is having to carry his weight, having to react to everything that Bubba does, and that can be taxing.
This is a very, very typical collegiate wrestling grind that Bubba is putting on Chris Wade right now. And he's using that kicks and the striking to get himself in these positions. That's the big difference, those transitions.
Yeah, no question about it. Chris Wade needs to worry about the striking of Jenkins so much that it's allowing for those level changes and entries into the clinch, into the legs for takedowns.
The performance so far a testament to the preparation of Bubba Jenkins, because the last time these two men fought, Chris Wade had the advantage in these situations. Bubba has been improving his already stellar wrestling. He's also been improving his striking very drastically.
Bubba Jenkins has that near side underhook. Can really be a menace to movement if you're on bottom. Isolates so well, pins the shoulder so well. Now Bubba Jenkins moving into side control.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Bubba Jenkins on top heavy of Chris Wade, and a third frame next on ESPN. Professional Fighters League action in the featherweight division. Bubba Jenkins in the gray, Chris Wade in the green. Perhaps an eye poke here on the opening sequence of this third and final round. Sean O'Connell, Kenny Flurry, and Randy Couture, cage side. Doctor will be called in by referee Chris Tione. Couldn't tell from that angle whether the hand was open or closed.
I think it was the thumb of Bubba Jenkins there.
Yeah.
From that angle, it looks to the mouth.
Yeah, the thumb was more on the mouth at either the edge of a glove, knuckle sneaks into the eye. Maybe this angle will show us. And it wasn't a knuckle.
Yeah, that was a knuckle. Again,
Bad man Jenkins riling up the crowd here after the replay makes this apparent that for a second time he might have been done a little injustice in this fight.
Yeah, well, it certainly wasn't to the eye. You know, you can't put your finger inside the mouth either, but you know, the knuckle was the one that went into the eye. So that's what Chris Wade was complaining about. So there's really, it's a nothing burger. It should be anyway.
No stoppage rule for a mouth poke.
It was the thumb above the mouth anyway. Didn't go in as right.
Bubba goes right back to it, sprints at Chris Wade on the restart. And you can see the confidence. Bubba Jenkins having fun in this one.
Well, Chris Wade needs a finish, and you know he's not going to quit in this fight here against his rival. So Bubba needs to keep his focus here in this fight.
Now Bubba down on the legs of Chris Wade. Right here in front of our broadcast position. Wade once again trying to work a choke.
Yeah, he's got the arms in. There's no choke there. It's around the arms. Jenkins doing a good job of taking that away from Chris Wade. Jenkins going to try to get his body over to one side and again try to drive Wade down to the mat. Might be threatening with that mount as well, and he does. His control, oh man. Adding insult to injury here.
Bubba Jenkins stunting on Chris Wade on the back.
I mean, the control has improved 10x here since their first fight. He's got to be careful here. He's giving up that leg. Chris can maybe grab it. He's able to readjust. Bubba Jenkins still a little high, a little too far forward, doing a good job with that right leg, controlling that lower lever of Chris Wade's right leg.
It's really the 2-on-1 wrist stride that's keeping Bubba Jenkins in position, even though he looks like he's too high.
Wiz Khalifa, PFL partner and multi-platinum musical artist, enjoying this fight. Was backstage talking to Bubba a little bit earlier. Wade trying to work something on the left arm of Bubba Jenkins to get himself out of this bad position.
Yeah, Chris Wade can maybe use that right leg to try to pry away the left leg of Bubba Jenkins, try to curl it off. Bubba trying to look for that second hook now. But Chris Wade really tying himself into that position, just trying to control the arm of Bubba Jenkins. There's not much he can do there.
There's a look through ref cam. Chris Tione staying close to the action.
Watch the spine, watch the spine.
There's Corey Anderson, perennial 205-pound contender in Bellator. Under 2 minutes now in the third and final round. Potential single bonus point if Bubba Jenkins or Chris Wade can get a finish. Put themselves atop the featherweight standings, at least for now.
Work to improve.
Wade back to his feet. Bubba with the knee and grabs the legs again, right back down to the mat.
Yeah, great mat return there by Bubba Jenkins. Chris Wade looking for that head and arm choke. Again, going to be very difficult to finish that with the cage behind him. And Jenkins in a good position to counter if he needs to.
Bubba working his hips to his own left side, trying to get across his hips on the opposite side of Wade's body to negate any potential pressure on the neck here.
The choke you really have to worry about is that high elbow guillotine, which is not present right now. Jenkins in control, and Chris Wade just holding on to this head and arm is just allowing Jenkins to control him, so he's helping Bubba here. He needs to get right back to his feet. He's got to win by finish.
Final 30 seconds. Bubba Jenkins has stifled any offense from Chris Wade. Final 10 seconds of this bout. Bubba Jenkins stands up, offers a couple more punches to Chris Wade, and we hear the final bell as the bad man walks it off. A much different story in this second matchup between these two fighters, Randy.
Absolutely. Came down to wrestling. It did in the first fight as well. I think the onus is always on the guy that won the first fight to figure out what changes are going to be made. Bubba Jenkins came out with hard kicks, and I think that really got Chris's attention, made him a little tentative, and allowed Bubba Jenkins to transition, close the distance, and get where he needed to be. That wrist ride, he rode him all 3 rounds of this fight with that cross wrist ride.
100%.
Gallito Alejandro Flores fought earlier tonight on ESPN Plus. He had 3 points for a victory, on decision victory. A place for him in the featherweight standings. Here's our Geico Cagenomics stats bundle. Bubba Jenkins with the takedowns really proved to be the difference in this fight. Negated the offense of Chris Wade, and we'll make it official next on ESPN.
My name is Thiago Santos. My nickname is Marreta, the sledgehammer. I took this from military too, you know, when I focus on something, it's not become hard for me. I do what I have to do, and that's it. Nothing can stop me. When I hurt myself, it was a very hard time for me. I felt like I never would fight again. It took me almost 2 years to recover, but I felt I didn't recover well because it's not only about physically, it was about mentally. I feel happy that I overcome and I'm still here fighting, doing what I love to do. I always have big fights, yeah. It motivates me, you know. I need that adrenaline. So I feel very motivated for this fight. I know he's a tough opponent. He was the last season champion, so it motivates me more. Especially do my debut against him, couldn't be better. He gonna feel is different. It's a new challenge for me, and it's making me motivated to go forward, you know, keep focus. I'm preparing myself, my mind, everything. I want to take the belt and I want to take $1 million.
Welcome back to PFL regular season action. It's PFL 1, the beginning of the toughest test in combat sports. Computerized scoring here in the PFL. The algorithm gave Bubba Jenkins rounds 1, 2, and 3. A score between 1 and 100 based on the impact of your techniques in the fight. Who won the fight? AI score says Bubba. Randy and Kenny agree. What will the official commission judges who have final say have to say about this? Well, Justin Roberts has the official decision now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges seat about 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the PFL Featherweight division, Bubba Badman Jenkins.
All right, let's take a look at the featherweight standings. Bubba Jenkins sitting atop the featherweights with 3 points, but he has a 3-way tie with Alejandro Flores and Gabriel Braga, all sitting at 1-0 so far. And Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Bubba Jenkins.
All right, I'm here with our winner for the Celsius post-fight interview. The winner, Bubba Badman Jenkins. Bubba, it was a lot like the first fight, but in reverse. Pressure and wrestling, and this time you on top. As a former Division I national champion wrestler, did you want to prove the point in this fight that you are the better mixed martial arts wrestler as well?
Glory to you, Father. Thank you for the victory. You know I got to speak to God before I speak to man, so excuse me while we have our conversation. But yeah, man, you're right. He says something where he lives rent-free in my head. We know ain't nothing free. He lived in my head, but I made him pay that rent tonight. I'm the landlord up there. As an NCAA champion, I had to show the world that the wrestling still exists in this sport. But I'm a bad man, and I do what bad men do.
A couple of really interesting scenarios in this fight that sometimes can break a fighter's focus. The knee with the stoppage, replay showed that was not an illegal knee. The eye poke with the replay showed that was not necessarily a finger in the eye. How did you maintain your focus through what, were uncomfortable situations, at least?
I'm not gonna beat a dead horse. I beat Wade tonight. I felt there were some things that were going on in the cage. I feel like I could have had a quick 6 with that knee to the sternum. It definitely hurt him, and it definitely stopped the fight. So, I'm out 3 points, an extra 3 points. But, tonight I just kept on the pace. I did what Dewey said. I stayed focused. Yeah, I had a little fun. I showed my little bad man-isms, my little Bubba J-isms. But for the most part, man, we just try to get the victory. I wanted a knockout, but we give the fans what they want. They let us smile. They let a kid. Badman tings.
3 points in the featherweight division. Bubba Badman Jenkins. And coming up next, the killer, Movlid Khaybulaev. In 2021, he was the king of this featherweight division. It wasn't another fighter who took him out in 2022, it was an injury. That is fixed now. Will he reclaim the throne? Ryoji Kudo has designs on a major upset here. The hard-hitting fighter out of Japan looks to pull off a shocker.
Europe's newest league is here, PFL Europe, an MMA league exclusively taking place in European countries, consisting of only European fighters and made for European fans. What is PFL Europe, you ask? It's the first step in the Professional Fighters League regional league expansion, taking place over the next 3 years. And it's a massive opportunity for local fighters to fight on the biggest stage in MMA, the Professional Fighters League, the only MMA league with a season-long format. 32 fighters in 4 different weight classes, representing countries from all over Europe, will fight in the league format to crown a champions. PFL Europe will consist of 2 regular season events. Each of those cards will feature 2 weight classes. The first is coming to the UK March 25th in Newcastle. The light heavyweights take to the smart cage, anchored by London's own Smooth Simeon Powell, and women's flyweight featuring Manchester's Dakota Ditchova. Then on July 8th in Berlin, the men's bantamweights and lightweights face off. The 4 winners in each weight class move on to the playoff event to be held September 30th in Paris. The season will be capped off in Dublin on December 8th, where 4 fighters will be crowned PFL Europe champions.
This hype train stops for nobody.
PFL Europe is here to bring you the best fights from the premier fighters on the continent. You will not want to miss the PFL coming to Europe and these action-packed events.
PFL Europe is coming.
The PFL's Las Vegas residency continues. Larissa Pacheco looks to put her power on display against Julia Budd in PFL 2.
Now have a new queen.
And 2021 PFL heavyweight world champ Bruno Capoloza seeks vengeance against Mateus Scheffel. Friday, April 7th at the Theater at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. The PFL, it's more than a fight. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
How you doing, man? The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. The United States Air Force Reserve. When you're ready for more, go to afreserve.com. Celsius, live fit, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Socios.com allows you to be more than a fan. The official fan token of the PFL gives you voting rights and opportunities for exclusive rewards and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Download the Socios.com US app today to vote for the ESPN Plus card main event. Here's our updated featherweight standings after Bubba Jenkins took down Chris Wade via decision. 3 points for Alejandro Flores, Gabriel Braga, and now Bubba Jenkins as well. Our next fight is brought to you by Bud Light. 3 5-minute rounds at 145 pounds between Mobley Khaybulaev and Ryoji Kudo.
Making his way to the blue corner, Ryoji Kudo.
Ryoji Kudo, only fighter on the PFL roster here in Season 5, fighting out of Japan. He's a Tokyo resident, 7 career knockouts. He made the playoffs last year on the back of a big knockout. Might be his best chance against Mobley Khaybulaev. He talked to us this week about what he learned in his first PFL season last year.
はい、シーズン、去年シーズンを終えて、やはりどの選手もすごく強いなっていう印象は受けました。難しい道を進んでるんだなっていう印象を、受けましたっていう、勝負になるのかなって思ってます。
And heading to the red corner, Moblade Khaybulaev.
Moblade Khaybulaev, they call him the killer. Kenny Flores has been looking forward to his return. Randy Couture has been looking forward to his return. I don't think the rest of the featherweight division has been looking forward to this man's return. He was out all of last season with an eye problem. He had surgery to repair the eye. You can see right there, he is still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist. A training partner of Islam Makhachev, a protege of Khabib Nurmagomedov, perhaps the next in a great Dagestani fighter lineage.
Yeah, no question about it. They all have that brutal style that is so difficult to deal with. They really have figured out wrestling for mixed martial arts in addition to the control. Can't wait for this one.
And he showed up here in 2023 with a simple message for the whole featherweight division.
Я собираюсь стать снова чемпионом, так что я готов на это. И пускай каждый соперник мой, который будет со мной биться, пускай этот не ждет легких путей.
How about that, the Extreme Couture beanie in there? Some product placement for Randy Couture.
Yeah, very nice.
Kenny keys to victory.
All right, let's talk about it. Well, obviously, we got to talk about the wrestling for Khaybulaev. That is a big part of his game. Also, that relentless pressure, whether it's with his striking on the feet or in the clinch or on the ground. Now, for Kudo, he must have an answer for the clinch and takedown game of Khaybulaev.
Tail the tape for this bout brought to you by Bud Light. Moblade Khaybulaev is 32 years of age. Ryoji Kudo, 29. Kudo is 1 inch taller. Both men weighed in at the featherweight limit. 1 inch reach advantage on the arms for Kudo. 2 inch advantage on the legs. Justin Roberts, take it away.
This next bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL featherweight division. Standing in the blue corner at 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds with a record of 11 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Tokyo, Japan, he is a 2022 semi-finalist, Ryoji Kudo. And his opponent standing in a red corner at 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 145 3/4 pounds. He has an undefeated record of 19 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, he is the 2021 PFL Featherweight World Champion, Moblade Killer Khaybulaev. Your referee, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson equipped with the referee cam. Ryoji Kudo in the gray trunks, Moblade Khaybulaev in the green. A league fight, first regular season bout for each of these individuals. 6 points on the line here in the first round, 3 points for a victory, 3 bonus points if you can get a finish in the first frame. Moblade Khaybulaev does hold the record for fastest finish in PFL history. He swings it overhand right and misses.
Yeah, Khaybulaev really trying to sit up that right hand, it seems. Might be looking to counter Kudo as he comes in.
Khaybulaev tries to dive onto the legs. Nice sprawl there by Kudo to stay out of trouble for now. Oh, look at this.
Dropped a guard. Looked like he was going for a flying armbar there.
Wow. Kudo bulldogs over to the top.
Khaybulaev dropping guard, going to his back. That's how confident he is on the ground. And there's his top position.
And this is a place we have seen the Nurmagomedov camp so many times in high-level fights. Pressed up against the opponent on the cage. Kudo trying to isolate the left arm of Khaybulaev, keep himself out of trouble, and maybe give himself a post to use leverage and stand up. Khaybulaev extending that left leg of Kudo, controlling it, keeping it off the mat.
Yeah, they're so good at that, Sean. Very good at always controlling the leg, either with their own legs or with their hands in head position. Kudo doing a good job of getting back to his feet. You see Khaybulaev there with that underhook. That's what's allowing that strong connection to the body of Kudo. He has the option of either dragging him this way. It gets from behind, finishes it anyway. Great job there by Mobley.
Randy, there was a question of ring rust for Mobley Khaybulaev, but no signs of it in the early goings.
That might be the first scramble we've seen him in. He was in a pretty good scramble there, but he certainly looks sharp as he's ever been.
Brendan Loughnane with the Bose headphones on, warming up backstage. One half of our main event. He'll take on Marlon Moraes tonight. Not yet watching with interest, although he does feel like a rematch with Mobley Khaybulaev might be an eventuality here in our 5th PFL season. Khaybulaev just not letting Kudo maintain any balance on the feet. Back down to the mat. Ian Parker, Mobley Khaybulaev started this fight as a big-time favorite. It's only swung further in his favor. If I'm not mistaken, he's part of a parlay for you.
Yeah, you know what? We also took over 1.5 in this fight, and as you see with Khaybulaev, the minus 1,300 screams, can't touch it, and it shows how big of a favorite he really is. But kudos to Kudo here. He's hanging on. He's not really being put in too many dangerous positions, but Khaybulaev is pretty much starting right where he left off in 2021. Dominance on the ground, his grappling is top-notch.
I like that. Kudos to Kudo.
Witty.
There's our ghost cam looking through the chain link of our smart cage fence.
Khaybulaev just kind of waiting for Kudo to extend himself and get that second hook. And Kudo knew he was susceptible to that back take, decides to go right back to the mat. I think that was wise.
Just relentless pressure from Khaybulaev. It's amazing.
Yeah, and constantly posing dilemmas left and right. Now into the mount.
Full back position here.
Kudo elects to give up his back. Mobley Khaybulaev reaches across.
Big trouble here.
We saw Martin Hamlet finish with a face crank earlier tonight. Kudo doing a good job.
Kudo turns his hips.
Not quite able to get all the way out.
Yeah, Khaybulaev
floats to stay on top.
Just a step ahead, man.
Floats over him, lets him turn right under him, ends up right back in the same position.
Well, this could be trouble for Kudo, though.
It almost seemed like Kudo dove that left shoulder down to the mat to avoid the possibility of the short choke. Final 10 seconds of round number 1. All Mobley Khaybulaev in the grappling so far. A second frame next when the Professional Fighters League comes back on ESPN.
The money made me sign with the PFL. This is life-changing money. This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league,
you control your own destiny.
The PFL championship fight
is for $1 million.
It's a mental, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months.
There's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
This league is not for everyone. Bring the belt because I'm taking it home.
Sean O'Connell, Kenny Flurry, and Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. Mobley Khaybulaev and Ryoji Kudo inside the cage for the second round of a possible 3 featherweight points and standings on the line here. A finish will put either man at the top of the featherweight standings, at least for now, in the early part of our PFL regular season. Kudo comes in behind a three-piece, finishing with a kick.
We've seen Kudo's power in the past. Khaybulaev needs to be aware of that. He's able to put out any 145-pounder out there.
Kudo dropped the eventual champion, Loughnane, last year. Loughnane was able to recover and end up winning that fight. He knocked out Flores, who right now has a win here in Season 5 of PFL. Mavlid Khaybulaev very aware. We'll see what Ryoji Kudo can set up and make happen with the hands and feet. Certainly does not want this second round to go like the first one did, Randy, where he found himself smothered by that pressure.
Khaybulaev does a great job of punching himself into those positions. Just using his striking, make a guy cover, and that allows him to get in where he needs to be, get his hands on him, and put him on the ground.
Pointedly, a significant exchange, and this is where it ends up. Mavlid Khaybulaev immediately into another dominant position.
Kudo's got to look for an underhook here. There he's starting to go to it, trying to post that right hand on the mat. He needs to turn away from Khaybulaev there with that overhook in play.
Kudo trying to get his hips back towards that corner, get his feet under him, but the left leg is isolated and elevated.
All right, so for Kudo, he's got to look for that overhook on that side. He's going over the other side, which is why Khaybulaev is taking his back here. That overhook would prevent that. If he can get it on that side, post to the mat and turn away, that would prevent the back take.
Nice look through the ref cam there. Way to keep it steady, Keith Peterson.
You see this tactic and technique with all the Dagestanis. They trap those legs, they step over them, they shelf them, they make it really, really tough for you to engage your hips and find a way to get to corner position, to hand fight, to get out of this bottom position.
Absolutely, and it's extremely exhausting for the man on bottom who's carrying that weight. He's fighting hard to build up his base, only to be pinned on his shoulders yet again. Extremely frustrating.
Certainly not where Ryoji Kudo wants to be in this fight, but he is doing a good job of making sure that Mavlid Khaybulaev can't mount any significant offense here. There's Sada Boussi, 2022 PFL welterweight champion. We'll see him in 2 weeks. Well, almost 2 weeks. 2 Fridays hence, as he begins his quest to repeat. As steady a presence as we've had in the PFL, Sada Boussi has been part of every season so far.
There's that overhook. This is much better position for Kudo. You see the figure 4 on that left leg of Kudo. Excellent control, also controlling at the end of the lever there on the other leg.
There's that shelving in the leg.
Yep.
Again, it just makes it almost impossible to get your hips into the fight. Now he's got both legs trapped.
Marlon Moraes backstage. One half of our main event. He'll take on Loughnane. Look to get back to his old winning ways.
Nice pressure there from Khaybulaev, putting that shoulder across the jaw of Kudo, really pinning the shoulders down. He's going to try to push down that leg and advance into mount as well.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Mavlid Khaybulaev pulling away. Dominant so far. look at Ryoji Kudo.
Sir, you ready? Sir,
Looking to
you
earn
ready?
some featherweight points in the standings. His opponent, Moraes Khaybulaev in the green trunks, has so far smothered any attempts for Kudo to mount meaningful offense. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian here beside the PFL Smart Cage. One potential bonus point still up for grabs if either of these men can earn a finish in the third round. Moraes Khaybulaev back after a year away, attending to an eye problem, wanting to put an emphatic emphasis on his dominance in this division. Still undefeated as a pro mixed martial artist. Kenny, what's the key for Kudo to just stay on his feet here?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to find a way to not extend himself like that. That was tough. You know, going for kicks, especially to the body, is where you're going to get taken down. Khaybulaev countered that beautifully, so needs to be a little bit smarter. I'd be throwing way more hands and trying to throw it real at the chest level more than anything else. Going up a little bit too high, going for too many headshots allows Khaybulaev to level change and get in on those legs.
Khaybulaev blocked the left leg of Kudo and dumped him over onto his side again. Climbing into another dominant position here. Randy, we know that Khaybulaev can get on top and he can stay on top, but can he get a finish?
Well, I mean, we've seen him finish plenty of times in the past. Ryoji Kudo is no easy guy to finish. I mean, he's resilient. He's staying in there. He's fighting every single position to the best of his ability. This is that grinding Dagestani style. Can you imagine being in the practice room with these guys? This is exactly how they train every single day.
No doubt.
Teofimo Lopez is here, a former lightweight boxing world champion. Very exciting fighter. Probably wants to see this one get back to its feet, if we're being honest.
Yeah. You can see Khaybulaev could easily pass into side control. He's choosing to just control the leg and keep Kudo from getting back to his feet.
He's got that deep waist. He's controlling Kudo's hips. He's got one leg trapped.
Now he has that cross wrist on that far side as well. See that cross wrist on that side. It's pinning Kudo down.
A la Bubba Jenkins. Exact same thing Bubba Jenkins just did for Chris Wade for 3 rounds.
Got a little bit too low there. He was controlling the hips well, but it allowed Kudo to get his base and sit up. But Khaybulaev again with another mat return. Just an impressive style of fighting.
Final 2 minutes of this third round. Third of a possible 3, so Ryoji Kudo has less than 2 minutes to make something happen here. If Moraes Khaybulaev does indeed ride this out for a decision victory, we'll be looking at a log jam in the featherweight standings, which means things stay wide open for Brendan Loughnane later, and Marlon Moraes as well.
Keep working, guys, keep working.
Hey, Aljamain Sterling in the building, UFC bantamweight champion. Former opponent, by the way, of Marlon Moraes. Moraes has a win over Aljo.
That's right. Aljo been on an absolute tear, though. And Khaybulaev just still continuing to control Kudo, not allowing him to get back to his feet in the slightest here. But I guess I'm a bit surprised. Khaybulaev, I expected him to bring a little bit more pressure tonight, especially with his ground and pound, Randy.
Yeah, you know, posture up, clear your head,
right.
Bring your hips in, create some space, and do some real damage from that top position. You can't be worried about taking him down again.
Yeah.
So why not open up and see if you can't get the finish? He hasn't done that. He's just been consistently grinding on him and really not opening or taking a risk.
Is the answer simply it's been almost 18 months since he last participated in a pro fight, and he wanted to be careful and make sure he could get through 3 5-minute rounds.
Is that what ring rust looks like for a Dagestani?
Yeah. For an undefeated fighter, ring rust looks like you just have to dominate your way to a decision.
Could be. I mean, he had a great opportunity to kind of lead the pack here and get a submission or a finish, but a win is a win here.
There's the final bell. Movlid helps Ryoji Kudo up. Offers the pat on the back. We'll take a look at our Cagenomics stats bundle. 8 takedowns by the Cagenomics counts for Movlid Khaybulaev. We'll make it official when we return to PFL on ESPN. Wilkinson pounding away with the right hand. Referee's seen enough. 5 points. Robert Wilkinson punches his ticket to the 2022 championship. A successful PFL debut. Have big time power, both big finishers.
Wilkinson really trying to set up that right uppercut. There's that right hand over the top.
Blitzing attack here from Robert Wilkinson. Rob Wilkinson is swinging hard. Oh, that left landed. Wilkinson pulls his way into top position.
Wilkinson is trying to go for the kill here.
Another combination from Wilkinson.
Oh, nice knee.
There's a leaping knee. Good right hand again. Another blitzing attack.
Oh, boy.
Blood pouring from the face of Omari Akhmedov.
Oh, nice combination there by Wilkinson, a 2-1. Oh, and an uppercut. How is Omari sticking around here?
Wilkinson really pouring it off with less than 30 seconds in the second round. Body shots now.
Omari's fighting back though. Oh, wow.
Uppercut and a hook.
Oh, big uppercut.
There's the bell.
Wow.
Round 2 in the books.
How in the heck?
What a fight.
Fight's over. Omari Akhmedov. The doctor says no more. Robert Wilkinson becomes the first PFL champion from Australia. Tomorrow night is the first Sunday Night Baseball matchup of the season. The Phillies and Rangers finish up their 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Carl Ravitch and Juan Perez, David Cohn, and Buster Only have the call on ESPN. Michael K and A-Rod are back with their K-Rod presentation on ESPN2. It's also available on ESPN Deportes and ESPN Radio. Coverage begins with Baseball Tonight's Sunday Night Countdown at 6 Eastern on ESPN. All right, here's our computerized scoring round by round. Maximum of 100 for a finish in any round, but Movlid Khaybulaev, 77, 56, and 50 dominant over Ryoji Kudo, according to the algorithm. AI says it was Movlid. Randy and Kenny agree and say the killer takes this one down, barring any surprises. We'll see what the official judges have to say. Justin Roberts has their decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score the fight 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the PFL Featherweight division. Moving Killer Khaybulaev!
Winner by unanimous decision, 3 points in the featherweight standings. Moving Khaybulaev finds himself tied with Bubba Jenkins, Alejandro Flores, and Gabriel Braga, who all took home decision victories earlier tonight. Only one more featherweight regular season bout. PFL is back at Virgin Theater in Las Vegas, Nevada, Friday, April 7th and Friday, April 14th. A limited number of tickets are still available for purchase starting at $25. You can get yours at PFLMMA.com. Coming up, regular season debut for that man, Jotko. A veteran of the sport, a lot of success in the UFC. We'll see what he can do as a light heavyweight in the PFL. He'll take on the Irish newcomer, Flurry. Next on ESPN.
Europe's newest league is here, PFL Europe, an MMA league exclusively taking place in European countries, consisting of only European fighters and made for European fans. What is PFL Europe, you ask? It's the first step in the Professional Fighters League regional league expansion, taking place over the next 3 years. And it's a massive opportunity for local fighters to fight on the biggest stage in MMA, the Professional Fighters League, the only MMA league with a season-long format. 32 fighters in 4 different weight classes, representing countries from all over Europe, will fight in the league format to crown a champions. PFL Europe will consist of 2 regular season events. Each of those cards will feature 2 weight classes. The first is coming to the UK March 25th in Newcastle. The light heavyweights take to the smart cage, anchored by London's own Smooth Simeon Powell, and women's flyweight featuring Manchester's Dakota Ditchova. Then on July 8th in Berlin, the men's bantamweights and lightweights face off. The 4 winners in each weight class move on to the playoff event to be held September 30th in Paris. The season will be capped off in Dublin on December 8th, where 4 fighters will be crowned PFL Europe champions.
This hype train stops for nobody.
PFL Europe is here to bring you the best fights from the premier fighters on the continent. You will not want to miss the PFL coming to Europe and these action-packed events.
PFL Europe is coming.
The PFL's Las Vegas residency continues. Larissa Pacheco looks to put her power on display against Julia Budd in PFL 2.
Now have a new queen.
And 2021 PFL heavyweight world champ Bruno Capoloza seeks vengeance against Mateus Scheffel. Friday, April 7th at the Theater at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. The PFL, it's more than a fight. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Just for Men, one-day beard and brow color. Puncher's Champ, surrender to nothing. Celsius, live fit, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by the United States Air Force Reserve. When you're ready for more, go to afreserve.com. There's the Air Force Reserve prep points. Brendan Loughnane getting his hands wrapped before he jumps into this smart cage as one half of our main event against Marlon Moraes. Light heavyweight action to come inside the Smart Cage now. Let's take a look at our 205-pound standings. Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira both took home first-round victories relatively quickly in both cases. Flores grinded out a decision victory over Monte for 3 points. And another light heavyweight bout on deck, brought to you by Redcon 1. Jotko from Poland, Will Flurry from Ireland. Take a look at our tail of the tape, brought to you by Redcon 1. Will Flurry is 34 years of age. He's 1 year older than Jotko. He's also 2 inches taller, weighed in a pound heavier. 77-inch reach for both men on the arms. A 1-inch advantage for Flurry on the legs. Justin Roberts gets him going.
This bout is set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Light Heavyweight Division. Standing in the blue corner at 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds, with a record of 11 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, Will Flurry. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds, with a record of 24 wins and 6 losses. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, by way of Ornetta, Poland, Jotko. Your referee, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley is equipped with our ref kit to take us inside the Smart Cage. Will Flurry in the gray trunks. Jotko in the goal.
Pays off. Ready? Let's go to work.
Southpaw stance for Jotko. Touch of the gloves. Also a southpaw stance for Flurry. Leg kick to open the action. And another from Jotko.
Jotko, fighter with good footwork, good at being able to get in and get out in a hurry. It can be a very frustrating style. Flurry said he was going to take the fight to him. He's doing that now.
Pressuring Jotko into the cage, trying to get that left leg out and away. Reaping his own left leg over the right leg of Jotko. Try to pull the Polish fighter's hips off the cage.
Yeah, Flurry just has to be mindful of his base, doesn't want to get taken down here. As he hooks that leg, has to make sure he doesn't get taken straight backwards. Now he's putting some good pressure at the end of the lever on Jotko's leg.
Jotko trying to find that whizzer on that side of Flurry's body. Hopefully be able to pull him up a little more chest to chest and keep his legs clear and under him.
Will Flurry not afraid to grind out a long fight here. Feels like he's definitely the bigger man. Wants to make Jotko carry his weight.
Yeah, Flurry definitely has put on some size since last time we saw him. Said he's been working on that, filling into that 205-pound role.
He also said that even as he gains weight, increases the muscle mass, it makes him feel faster. Not always the case, right, but he has a big frame, so it makes sense that he can carry it properly. Smothering right now, taking the potential speed advantage away from Jotko, Randy.
Jotko find a way out. He stubbed his toe there.
Oh, I don't know if that was a slip or if he, Jotko caught Flurry coming in, it looked like, but the Irishman back to his feet. Maybe just a slip. We'll have to take a look at that replay. I don't know if Jotko rolled his ankle.
It almost looked like he caught his toe.
I mean, he audibly gasped like it hurt. Heavy leg kick there from Flurry. There's Maheta Thiago Santos. Left hand from Jotko. Santos will fight Rob Wilkinson, last year's champion, in our co-main event coming up next. Flurry switches back to the southpaw stance. Counter strikes there from Jotko, and they go chest to chest.
Jotko a little too square here against Flurry. Let's see if Flurry can jack up that left underhook and get off the cage. That's what he's doing there. Oh, that might have been a little bit low.
Tom, right here.
Atlee calls a timeout. Flurry didn't think that he hit him in the restricted area. We'll see on the replay.
Ready?
Jotko appears to be ready for action rather quickly here.
Let's go.
No replay for now. Touch of the gloves. Once again, two southpaws.
I wonder how often that is and how southpaws feel about facing another southpaw. Is they going to feel that takes away some of their advantage facing a right-handed fighter?
Flurry mixing up the strikes, showing the leg kick, stepping in, switching his lead hand a couple of times here. Tested that high kick so far, Ken. He's not really fully committed to it, but he's giving it something to look at.
Yeah, definitely mixing it up. Not seeing as much forward pressure now. He's starting to back up Jotko.
There's Rob Wilkinson on an absolute tear and a champion from the season ago.
60 seconds.
Flurry looking to try and steal around potentially with a takedown here late.
Hasn't been able to clasp his hands to finish it. You can still finish it if you can't. You can still finish it though without clasping the hands. Jotko able to get his balance.
Stay here now, have position. 50 seconds. Win the round, 50 seconds. Heavy hits, head position. 40 seconds. Forehand under the chin, let's go.
Right hand on the exit there from Jotko, who tries to get space, but Flurry stays right on him.
Jotko's counterpunch, he's pretty good. He's landed a couple good shots on those counterpunches.
He absolutely has. Will Flurry just shrugs him off. It's like the power of Jotko might not be there, at least on those quick counter strikes.
Yeah, power isn't there, but the speed is. He's got to continue to utilize those short flurries.
Final few seconds, see Jotko pressing Flurry to the cage.
Stop.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Here's a replay of that twisted ankle, Kenny.
Yeah, and sometimes we can be a menace to ourselves. That was just him stepping wrong and putting all his weight on it. That could lead to some problems as this fight develops.
Tripped over that line of paint on the cage canvas. That's Krzysztof Jotko in the yellow trunks, Will Flurry in the gray.
Yeah, I'm not sure Flurry caught that. If he did, I would assume he'd be attacking that lead leg.
Our computerized AI scoring gave the first round to Will Flurry. Talking during the break, Randy, tough one to score in round one.
Tough one to score. Not a lot of significant things happen, but Flurry is very diligently controlling where this fight happens in the clinch. Jotko's got some great counter punching. He's landed a couple times pretty significantly, but nobody's been really damaged in this fight.
Takedown successful almost for Jotko. Brett Okamoto was watching cage side as the fourth man on our broadcast crew. Brett?
Yeah, Sean, watching Will Flurry's corner is very interesting because it's kind of an adopted corner. He's got Eric Nixick, who lives here in Las Vegas, along with UFC middleweight Sean Strickland. And basically what they're telling him is reminding him, hey, you're a professional fighter. I mean, some of these wild exchanges that we're seeing, it's kind of fun for the fans to see these guys swing for the fences, but nothing is landing. They're telling him, hey, keep your shots straight, no haymakers, just touch this man. You have the power to put him away. So really trying to remind him, hey, settle down a little bit, straight shots, you'll find this guy.
Thank you, Brett. There's a look inside the corner.
Yeah, I think that's great advice.
On your hook, lock your hand, circle left. Keep your hand, circle left. Knees. Lock your hand, circle left. Let's go.
Flurry close to the corner, but not taking the instructions at the exact moment. Jotko content right now to just press Will Flurry into the cage. Flurry able to reverse position here.
Yeah, that was a case of Jotko, again, being a little bit too square to Flurry. Good control position, but really not a position where you can hit takedowns from there.
There's Bubba Badman Jenkins. Grabbed himself a win earlier. Enjoying the backstage view, watching this fight. His work is done. Halfway through round number 2 here. Light heavyweight regular season action. Points on the line as Christoph Jotko takes on Will Flurry. Jotko able to circle his back off the cage there.
Flurry starting to attack that lead leg of Jotko. I think that's a smart decision. The style and footwork of Jotko. Good way to slow him down.
We're winning this round.
Nice counter left shot there from Jotko. See Flurry just throwing himself out of position a little bit.
But if they're going to trade one at a time, I don't know that that favors Christoph Jotko because he's the smaller man in here.
90 seconds.
Wants to use that speed advantage, but Flurry accusing the front leg again. Blocks the kick attempt, the high kick attempt from Jotko. A left and a right landed for Christoph. Able to take Will Flurry down.
And Jotko said he wanted to mix in everything together, try to confuse Flurry. He's doing that. Nice level change and finish the takedown.
There's Tatiana Flores in the audience, taking in the action here at the theater at Virgin Hotels. Christoph Jotko trying to stay heavy in control on Will Flurry. Final 50 seconds of round number 2 as we look through the ghost cam. There's Ian Parker, our betting experts. We're seeing the live odds now switching to the favor of Christoph Jotko. What do you think?
I was just going to say, if you can get Jotko at plus odds, I think the size and all those failed attempts to get him to take that for Flurry is kind of taking a toll on the exhaustion. Jotko right now has control. I think he's going to take this round.
Thank you, Ian. Final 10 seconds. Will Flurry still trying to work back to upright position. Jotko will press him against the cage, and round 3 next. On your left, Krzysztof Jotko. On your right, in the gray trunks, Will Flurry. A little sportsmanship to start round number 3, and 2 tough rounds to score so far. The AI score gave a 43 to each man, so a draw in round 2, according to the algorithm.
Wow, that's interesting. Have we seen that before, a draw by the AI?
I don't know if we have. Sean
stole that second round. I think Flurry edged him out in the first round.
Yeah, Randy, and I think that's the way the corners need to approach this as well. Tell their fighters they need to go for it, win this one. Those rounds were too close to really score.
Pressure here from Will Flurry. Jotko's trying to pummel himself in and get that back off the smart cage barrier. Still a single bonus point up for grabs. If either man can score a finish, they'll find themselves in 3rd place in the light heavyweight standings. Jotko does a good job of smacking on the exit there.
Sure does.
Little blood on the face of Will Flurry, and a clash of shins for good measure. Jotko trying to throw a little bit more power into the strikes, but he's got to be careful. Doesn't want to push himself off balance. Good sprawl from Flurry as Jotko changed level.
Double underhooks with Jotko. See if he can get to the body of Flurry and get him back down on the mat, try and steal this 3rd round and steal the fight.
There's Will Flurry's corner again.
Will, now let's go!
Get the finger out of the cage.
Will, lock your hand, circle left. Yes, yes.
Nice re-pummel by Flurry to get the double underhooks to trade places with Jotko.
Excellent knee up the middle there. Flurry stays right in instead of backing himself out for a breath. Could be a difference here. Takedown attack from Will Flurry. He's got the left ankle of Krzysztof Jotko. If he can suck that out, he'll get his hips all the way down. But Jotko able to stand up.
Body position. Half in there, Will. We're using body position, not grip. Body position. Love it, Will. I love it. Knees and trips. Knees and trips.
There's another look through the ghost cam. A lot of this fight is taking place against the cage. Randy, you know better than anyone, that is a grueling place to try and make it happen. And for 2 guys coming up from middleweight, trying to add a little bit of muscle mass to be real 205-pounders, that's more oxygen you got to provide.
Absolutely. You have to train against that cage full time to be able to develop the conditioning to be effective in there. And that raises the question of whether both these guys spend a lot of time in that clinch and cage fighting position. Nice counters again by Jotko.
Yeah, it's because Flurry is throwing himself out of position with that overhand left.
That was a nasty low kick, and another from Flurry. And that was the ankle that Jotko twisted.
Oh, look at this.
Nice work by Flurry to change levels.
Flurry a little sloppy there.
Went to his knees, he had to stay on his feet to finish that.
Yep.
Just looked like he had a standing arm triangle for a second.
Krzysztof Jotko, Will Flurry, cage wrestling. Jockeying back and forth for position. Some swelling showing now on the face of Will Flurry. Jotko did land a couple of sharp punches. And the Polishman ducks underneath, changes levels, and steps across with a beautiful trick.
Yeah, and that's where that experience is really coming into play. He's making better decisions, and his timing here late in the round is just better than Flurry's.
The counter punches, slipping that punch and getting in deep for that takedown. It's been that's been the story almost the entire fight.
Yeah.
Now hear me out. Randy said round number 1 belonged to Will Flurry. We don't know about round number 2. The AI says that that was a draw. If this takedown is enough for Krzysztof Jotko to steal round number 3, that would be a draw.
That is correct.
We don't know how the official commission judges are scoring this, of course, but if they see it the same way that AI does, it could get very interesting when we go to the scorecards. If we do, Krzysztof Jotko landed that exit hook. Flurry lunging in, and they'll swing away with a kick, and back to the cage. Final bell Jotko thinks he's done enough. Little Flurry searching for some oxygen, showing a little wear and tear on the face. A rough back and forth in this fight. As we take a look at our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle, takedowns favoring Krzysztof Jotko, strikes favoring Will Flurry. We'll see what the judges thought of this when we return on ESPN.
Fights in 7 months. I think one of the fights was 7 weeks apart. I've made some new goals for myself and I want to be considered the best light heavyweight in the world. And these big names, these top 10 guys are the guys I want to be fighting to kind of show that. I think at the moment I'm the best fighter there is, and I'm only just getting better. I feel like I'm improving all the time, which is what really excites me. I don't think I've shown my best out there.
There's a new PFL light heavyweight, Maheta, the sledgehammer, Thiago Santos.
He's a very good fighter. He's fought for the UFC title. He's leaving the UFC in the top 10. He's coming over. And he's been a very exciting fighter in his career. So beating someone like this is just going to help build my name and skyrocket me.
Nice right hand. Wilkinson pounding away. Oh, nice knee. Oh, body shots now. Robert Wilkinson, PFL champion from Australia. Jenkins doing great work with that right hand. Loughnane very quick with that jab.
Good solid shot by Bubba Jenkins.
Wow, great defense there by Brendan Loughnane.
Oh! Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled. Loughnane jumps on for the kill and pounds away with the right hand. He lands a knee and that's it. Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight champion.
This is the hardest competition in sport, never mind combat. I'm trying to prove how good I am. I believe I'm one of the best featherweights on planet Earth in any organization. I think I've shown it tonight.
Toughest test in mixed martial arts continues next Friday on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus with the heavyweights and women's featherweights in action. Larissa Pacheco is coming off the biggest upset of 2022, her $1 million championship win against Kayla Harrison. Plus, 2021 heavyweight king Bruno Cappelozza looks for another vicious knockout. Coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus. All right, here's our AI computerized scoring. Round 1 favors Will Flurry. Round 2 was a draw according to the algorithm. And round 3 belongs to Krzysztof Jotko. What did our announcers think? The AI score says it's a draw. Randy and Kenny thought that Krzysztof Jotko did enough. Justin Roberts has the official judges' scorecards.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge Sal D'Amato scores the bout 29-28 Jotko. Judge Adelaide Bird scores the title bout 29-28 Flurry. And Judge Mike Bell sees it 29-28 for your winner by split decision and earning 3 points in the PFL light heavyweight division, Will Flurry!
The judges give this one to Will Flurry. The Irish fans in the building celebrate. 3 points for Will Flurry in the light heavyweight standings. Top 4 on points advance to the playoffs. Right now, those top 4 are Martin Hamlet, Josh Silveira, Ty Flores, and Will Flurry. The man at the top of those standings, he's in the Bud Light Fighter Lounge. Where's he at? Oh, Martin Hamlet. Enjoying an adult beverage, a little Bud Light in hand. A quick finish for him earlier earned him 6 points. Only 2 bouts left on the card. One of them will feature this man, Robert Wilkinson, the returning 2022 light heavyweight champion. 4 fights last year, 4 finishes last year. Didn't see a single third round, and Thiago Santos is one of the heaviest hitting 205-pounders on planet Earth. Will the hammer land against Razor Rob Wilkinson? We'll find out next.
This is more than a fight. It's a whole different beast with this one. This is MMA's toughest test.
In this league, you control your own destiny.
And that's why I'm here.
They're not better than you. I promise you. I go every weekend on the road. I see the best of the best, and they're standing right in front of me. Now go goddamn believe that.
You can try and oh! Deep right hand! He's in big trouble!
It's a mental, grueling, physical test. 4 fights in 8 months. The championship fight is for $1 million.
This is the richest night in MMA history.
This league is not for everyone.
You can try and
I've gone to the ringer physically and mentally for this sport. This is my life. I love this. I eat, sleep, and breathe this shit.
I want to hold that big check, hold that big old heavy belt at the end of the year.
I'm going to show them on April 1st why I'm the champion and that there's no easy fights coming over to the PFL.
We truly don't really care about the other fighters until they're on my plate.
We have bad blood, like genuine bad blood, and I want to hurt them in the cage.
Please make my day.
Take out stray grays and beef up patchy areas with Just for Men's new one-day beard and brow color. Scan to learn more about this temporary gray fighter that stays put until you wash it out. Just for Men, the official beard color brand of the PFL. We're here in Las Vegas. This is our first regular season event of season 5 of the PFL. Here's our co-main event brought to you by Just for Men, a light heavyweight feature between Robert Wilkinson and Thiago Santos.
Heading to the blue corner, Thiago Santos.
There he is, Maheta, a monster of a light heavyweight. One of the hardest hitting 205-pounders in the world. A man who almost beat John Jones with no good legs.
Yeah. Unbelievable. A lot of people thought he won that fight, actually. John Jones said it was probably his toughest fight to date. Certainly the best striker he has faced, and that is high praise from the GOAT, John Jones.
15 career knockouts of 22 total in his illustrious career. He's been fighting the top-level guys for many years now. We talked to Thiago Santos about the demanding schedule of the PFL, potentially 4 fights in 1 year. He said there's really only one downside to that.
I feel to prepare for 4 fights. It's good because I like to be active. It's not hard for me, keep my weight down. I like to train, so no any problem for me. Besides the diet, I like to eat. It's the only thing, but it's not a problem. It's it's worth it. At the end, get 1 million. I can eat whatever I want.
That's been my philosophy since winning $1 million championship. It's worked out nicely.
Yeah, you've been working hard at that, Sean.
Introducing to the red corner, Robert Wilkinson.
Razor Rob Wilkinson. 5 finishes in a row. 4 of them here in the PFL on his way to a $1 million championship in our 2022 season. And yet he still thinks he's not getting the credit or the respect he deserves on the World MMA stage. I tend to agree. Came all the way from Tasmania. He's been training in Denver, Colorado. Looking for the repeat and to cement a legacy. Plenty of career left. Randy, he's still only 31 years of age.
He's got a lot of time left. He's coming into his strength and the peak of his career right now, I believe. His footwork is amazing. He's going to have to use that wrestling and grappling tonight to get it done.
Rob Wilkinson smashed his way to a 2022 championship with 4 knockouts, but he's got new goals here in 2023.
One of the things I did after I won the title was actually write down 10 things I can improve on for next season. And one of them was just to be mixing in my wrestling and striking a bit more. I want to be a well-rounded fighter. Last year I was mainly using my striking. So that's a goal for this year is to mix in my wrestling and striking, blend everything together, make people scared to fight me anywhere. They don't know if I'm going to try and knock them out or take them down and submit them on the ground.
Kenny, what are the keys to victory in this co-main event?
All right, let's check him out. For Robert Wilkinson, he needs his footwork and feints. Also needs to mix in those takedowns. For Thiago Santos, create brawling exchanges. We've seen in the past Wilkinson stand and brawl. If he can do that, I think it increases his chances of landing one of those big shots. He also needs to look for that left roundhouse kick. That's one of his best kicks for sure.
Here's our tail of the tape. Brought to you by Just for Men, 1 Day Beard and Brow Color. Robert Wilkinson, as I mentioned before, 31 years of age. Thiago Santos is 39. Wilkinson is an inch taller at 6'3". Thiago Santos weighed in 1 pound heavier. Reach advantage on the arms and legs favoring Robert Wilkinson. Justin Roberts, to you.
This is your co-main event tonight, set for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Light Heavyweight Division. Standing in the blue corner, weighing in at 206 pounds with a record of 22 wins and 11 losses. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Thiago Santos. his opponent standing in the red corner, weighing in at 205 pounds, with a record of 17 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Hobart, Tasmania, Australia, he is the 2022 PFL Light Heavyweight World Champion, Razor Robert Wilkinson. Your referee, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith to oversee the action. That is the 2022 champ, Rob Wilkinson, making his PFL debut.
Robert,
a hammer, a head top. Thiago Santos, touch of the gloves. We are underway.
Is it me, or did Santos just grow overnight? He looks much bigger, guys, than he did at the weigh-in.
That's how it works when you're cutting 25 pounds to make 205.
Yeah.
Now they're walking around about 218 right now.
Wilkinson trying to pressure, trying to land some strikes from the outside, looking for some kind of extension from Santos, perhaps for a leg entry or a clinch.
And you can already see the respect for Maheta's power from Rob Wilkinson. There were situations last year where he was willing to wade in. That's exactly why he doesn't want to.
Yeah, that jab actually kind of knocked Santos back there.
Nasty kick to the body there from Santos. Oh, nice left hand from Rob Wilkinson to start that combination.
Nice. Wilkinson's very, very smart. He hunted him down, got him close to the cage, used that, limited those angles of escape, and used that to enter.
Yeah, beautiful setup there, Randy, for sure.
Now Wilkinson trying to keep Thiago Santos down. Plenty of time here in the first round. 3.5 minutes remain. Let's bring in our betting expert, Ian Parker, for a quick reminder on how we wagered this fight.
We took Razor Rob Wilkinson. Look, he landed those first 2 left hooks that stunned Thiago, and then he took him to the ground. He is fighting extremely smart. May get a sub here, I don't know, but this is the exact game he's got to do to take away the power of Santos.
Whoa. Thank you, Ian Parker. Randy, this is already, I guess, an accomplishment of a goal that Rob Wilkinson stated. He wanted to mix it up. He wanted to use his grappling again, and that was a textbook example of how you should do it against a power puncher like Santos.
He wanted to, before he ever knew he was facing Santos, he wanted to show these skills. And Santos is that type of guy that's going to force you to use those skills. So both things working in Rob's favor right now.
There's Josh Silveira. His father, Conan's in the corner of Thiago Santos right now. Josh watching intently. He has secured his place so far in the light heavyweight standings with a 6-point finish.
Nice sweep attempt. Double hooks.
Yep.
Both hooks are in.
This could be good. This could be the end for Santos here. He's got to get onto one side of his body. See if he can get that shoulder to the mat, turn and face.
Santos with some good hand control. Going to do his best to hand fight here and protect his neck.
We talked about the size of Thiago Santos. I have not trained with him, I've not grappled with him, but I did have the pleasure of spending a day with Rob Wilkinson in the gym, and I assure you he does not lack for strength in positions like this.
I was going to say, was it really your pleasure to do that?
It didn't look very pleasurable to me. I saw the video.
No, not at all.
Arm triangle.
There's an arm triangle attempt.
Full mount.
Instead, Wilkinson uses it to step into the mount. A full minute remains. We'll see if Razor Rob Wilkinson can posture up and create any offense here.
Yeah, nice control. He's just trying to zap Santos of his energy. He's going chest to chest here, pinning Santos. Might be trying to set up an armbar or a choke here. Nice job by Santos to get to half guard. A little bit better here for him.
Good shoulder pressure from Wilkinson on top. Thiago Santos, a veteran of the game, fought some of the very best 205-pounders in the world, and that's exactly why Rob Wilkinson wanted this fight. He wanted to test himself against truly elite competition. So far, he appears to be passing that test with flying colors. It's been all Wilkinson in round one.
And I love how he stays busy. He's not just looking to kind of control and squeeze. He's getting the control and he's staying busy with his ground and pound, always moving, trying to advance or utilize ground and pound.
Final few seconds of this first round. We will see a second frame when we return on ESPN.
The PFL's Las Vegas residency continues. Larissa Pacheco looks to put her power on display against Julia Budd in PFL 2.
Now have a new queen.
And 2021 PFL heavyweight world champ Bruno Capoloza seeks vengeance against Mateus Scheffel. Friday, April 7th at the Theater at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. The PFL, it's more than a fight. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Jotko, Kenny, Flurry, and Randy Couture beside the PFL Smart Cage. Rob Wilkinson in the yellow trunks, Thiago Santos in the gray. Light heavyweight regular season action, a co-main event tonight. Still 5 points on the line between these two behemoths. Round one was all Rob Wilkinson. See if Thiago Santos can make something happen here in the second frame.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Santos is going to let his hands go. Seems like he is doing that now. Sometimes the threat of the takedown will get a striker, even one as potent as Santos, kind of freeze him up a little bit. But right now, I'm seeing good signs from Santos. He's been staying aggressive.
That kick to the body may have been partially blocked by Wilkinson, but even partial impact.
That left hand again, guys. Beautiful hooks that's rocking Santos. He's not seeing that hook.
There's the roundhouse Kenny was asking for in his keys to victory. Wilkinson comes in behind the punch. This time Santos is able to shrug off the takedown attempt.
Oh, nice takedown. Beautiful follow through. Kept his feet moving, stayed high, and drove through to finish that takedown.
Yeah, he's controlling that right leg so far. Santos able to get it away. Wilkinson trying to transition to the back. Nice position there from Santos. Let's see if he can get back to his feet without exposing that right side. He has the cage there to protect him. He can get it back to his feet. Needs to get up and turn and face Wilkinson. And he's starting to do that.
Wilkinson keeps the hands locked. Stays heavy on the back of Thiago Santos.
Blanket ride by Wilkinson, trying to make Santos carry his weight, force him to put his hands on the mat to stay up.
That left hook is now in for Rob Wilkinson, allowing him to limit the movement of Thiago Santos. Santos gives up the back again.
Yeah, and it's just those little shots of staying busy with the ground and pound that can pose a problem. Look at this, Santos, excellent reversal.
Wilkinson got a little trapped up under Santos's body, couldn't get up fast enough to keep top position. Nice job by Wilkinson to get that underhook, change places, and circle Santos to the cage. Ooh, big knee.
Great work by Wilkinson. Changed his level on that knee. Got down onto the legs of Thiago Santos, not letting him put his feet back on the mat.
Nice job by Santos to post that right hand and stay strong in that position to build up his base. Wilkinson starting to get a little bit more control now. Santos starting to escape his hips, though. Nice knees by Wilkinson, speeding up that leg of Santos.
Rob Wilkinson is on that far side of the smart cage, right in front of his own corner. Mark Montoya, Justin Jacoby, offering advice through the barrier.
That was a big knee by Santos. He almost kicked Wilkinson up off the mat.
The power is insane.
I mean, one strike landed can change the complexion of a fight at 205 pounds quite easily, especially with the power both of these men possess. Once again, Wilkinson doesn't want any part of taking that risk. Goes chest to chest here.
So Santos is doing a good job of getting that underhook. He's just not moving Wilkinson left or right to get off the cage. He's being a little bit too tentative here. He's got the space. You can see the space over here. He can turn him this way for some reason, not taking it.
Santos has got his hips turned away. It's hard to engage your power with your hips angled away from your opponent.
Less than 20 seconds here in the second round of a possible 3. Wilkinson staying heavy on the pressure here as the final few seconds tick away. Another good round for Rob Wilkinson. Round 3 next.
I'm gonna be a millionaire! $1 million and a belt on the line.
How is Tyler Diamond standing up?
This league is not for everyone.
4 fights, 7 months. This is MMA's toughest test.
PFL season is one of the toughest things you can ask a fighter to do.
Marisa Pacheco now has a new queen. The new queen.
Light heavyweight action inside the PFL Smart Cage. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Kenny Florian here. Rob Wilkinson and Thiago Santos. Third and final round. Our AI score gave round 2 to Rob Wilkinson, 51-14. Still a bonus point up for grabs. Remember, the light heavyweights high finish rate in this weight class. Already Martin Hamlet and Josh Silveira have 6 points. They place atop the standings after one regular season bout. Either of these men can snag second place with a finish.
Oh, nice kick to the body. There was that left roundhouse kick.
One minute gone in the third round. Rob Wilkinson trying to grab this single. Maheta hammers away with that right hand. Even those short punches, you can see, hear the power on him.
Yeah, no question about it.
Forcing a reaction from Rob Wilkinson, right? I mean, he couldn't just stay and continue to fight to get control of that leg.
Now that power of Santos can be a fight changer, even with those little rabbit punches. Wilkinson has been in control this whole fight, but again, Santos is always dangerous.
Watch for that left kick of Thiago Santos. He's found success with it a couple of times. Wheel kick misses. Oh, again, and the left hand landed behind it.
That is just nasty, and look for it to go upstairs as well, Sean.
Blood on the right eye of Santos.
Went upstairs that time, Kenny. You've been asking for it here in the third round. We've seen him attempt it a few times. Thiago Santos knows the situation that he is in.
But it's good to see this kind of urgency from Santos. We've seen him shut down in previous fights where he just doesn't throw as much. He's throwing, and he's throwing with bad intentions.
And he's created a bit of a hesitation for Rob Wilkinson, who last season was able to strike at will and to blitz his opponents, and even early in this fight has been able to rush in behind some takedown attempts.
And those short shots that we saw has caused a hematoma over the left eye of Robert Wilkinson.
Another body kick. Can Santos put together a combination?
He's got about 2 minutes to get about it.
He knows what Rob Wilkinson is going to try and do now. He's got the read on Wilkinson stepping in. There's the counter punch landing.
Oh, nice right hand by Wilkinson. Nice counter knee by Santos.
Good catch by Wilkinson, using the timing on that to once again take this fight to the ground.
Nice get up there by Santos, utilizing that overhook very well.
.90 seconds now. You can see the live odds have swung heavily into the favor of Rob Wilkinson. Without separation and space to throw more power shots, I don't see another path to victory for Thiago Santos, and Wilkinson knows it. Separation here at the final minute. That kick misses. You can, there's still a lot of heat on those.
Oh man, Wilkinson, this is the most tired I think we've ever seen him.
And look at the left eyebrow of Rob Wilkinson. Swelling continues to grow. Short time here for Thiago Santos.
I like those feints from Wilkinson though.
Yeah, those feints keep Santos on his toes.
Yep.
Tried to time a flying knee, and Wilkinson read it and stayed out of the way.
Santos barely missed with the left hand.
That was a very nice right hand by Rob Wilkinson. He falls through right into the legs for the takedown. 15 seconds.
Maybe not as thrilling as some of the early knockouts, but a very complete performance here against a dangerous opponent for Rob Wilkinson. And he told us he needed to and wanted to do this. Big punch here at the end. Oh, he landed! Final bell! Thiago Santos tried to put an exclamation point on this one and pull out the Hail Mary. We'll go to the judges' scorecard. There's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. 7 takedowns for Robert Wilkinson. Undoubtedly a huge difference maker in this fight. Kicks for Thiago Santos were always threatening, always dangerous. And actually, AI gave round number 3 to Thiago Santos because of those striking exchanges.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Rounds 1 and 2 favoring Robert Wilkinson, obviously, according to the algorithm.
There's that beautiful left hook, and then there's that left kick to the body from Thiago Santos. Kick to the leg, nice left hook return. I think that was Wilkinson's best strike of the fight. Beautiful finish on that double leg there, Randy.
Absolutely. Second effort, that kick to the body again, that second one, and he uses it to follow it back and get to the body, double underhooks.
Yeah, that left kick was just nasty. Wilkinson did a great job adjusting, though. Beautiful right hand there from Wilkinson. And this is the end of the fight where they had that beautiful flurry, some nice left hands from Thiago Santos.
Rob Wilkinson taking a few deep breaths. Barring any surprises, I think he passed the test. The biggest name yet on his resume at 205 pounds. So our AI algorithm said that Rob Wilkinson won this 2-1. Our experts, Randy and Kenny, weigh in. Experts agreed. The official judge's decision is with Justin Roberts.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score the bout 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision and earning 3 points in the PFL light heavyweight division, Razor Robert Wilkinson.
No surprise there, Rob Wilkinson, 3 points in a unanimous decision victory over Thiago Santos. So Martin Hamlet stays atop the table for now. Josh Silveira not far behind with 6 points as well. Ty Flores and Robert Wilkinson and Will Flurry all with 3 points for decision victories. And that brings us to our main event, featuring that man, the 2022 featherweight champion, Brendan Loughnane, looking to start his quest for back-to-back titles. Standing in his way, a legend in the game, Marlon Moraes, looks to get back to his winning ways when we return to PFL action on ESPN.
I come from a real gritty place in Manchester where it's fighting and it's pure fighting.
Combination unloading here from Brendan Loughnane. Brendan Loughnane puts Moraes down. 6 points. Loughnane with a sharp right hand. Beautiful combination. Brendan Loughnane.
The PFL Featherweight World Championship.
Oh, big right hand. That hurt him.
Good right hand. Bubba stumbled. Loughnane jumps up for the kill and pounds away with the right hand. He lands a knee and that's it. Brendan Loughnane, 2022 PFL Featherweight Champion.
In the PFL, to control your destiny, you have to win. And you have to win every fight. I love this thing, you know, I love MMA. I love to compete. I love to test my skills. I love to see how things that I do every day will work against opponents, against the best in the world. I want to take that $1 million, and 2023 will be my year. We are competing 7 months, 10 of the best 145 pounders in the world. We are fighting against injuries. We're fighting against the time, against make weight. You're fighting against the best in the world. In the PFL, there's no time to enjoy any lights. You have to win and you have to defend right away. You are a champion just in the last year. This season, you're normal like me. You're gonna have to fight to get to the belt. But Brandon, he's no joke. I know how he fights. April 1st, I'm testing myself against one of the best in the world. One thing I can do for sure every day is look myself in the mirror and know that I gave my all and that I put everything on the line. I'm excited to bring the PFL to #1 in the world. Let's go.
Coming up next on SportsCenter, Final Four post game. The game day crew is in Houston. Western playoff push with the Mavs on the outside looking in. And Major League Baseball pitchers on display. Aces high and low. SportsCenter next. But first, our main event here at PFL 1. Regular season action at Featherweight, brought to you by Celsius, Brendan Loughnane and Marlon Moraes.
Introducing to the blue corner, Marlon Moraes.
There's Magic Marlon Moraes making the walk. A true veteran of the game. This is his first PFL regular season appearance. A former title challenger in the UFC, a former World Series of Fighting, 5-time champion. 16 wins via finish, and 10 of those have been knockouts. Marlon Moraes came to Vegas with just one thing on his mind, an upset.
This fight is a very important fight and a big fight for me. And my preparation was amazing. I trained very hard, you know, and I put all on the gym, and I did everything possible, everything that I could put together for this fight, and I feel amazing. I'm gonna shock the world, and I'm gonna dethrone the 2022 Featherweight champion.
Making his way to the red corner, Brendan Loughnane.
There's the 2022 Featherweight champ, Brendan Loughnane, one of the best featherweights on planet Earth. Fighting out of Manchester, England. 13 career knockouts, more than any other featherweight in this division, in this Professional Fighters League season. And he's got designs on another title and another $1 million prize. And he talked to us about how winning the belt last season shaped the outlook for 2023.
Fighting 4 times, short periods of time, injuries back-to-back, world-class fighters. It's a lot. And if I'm honest, I was like, okay, I'm not doing that again. I really was at the end of it. I thought, it's done now, you've got it, you know, the belt's on the mantelpiece, the check's cashed. And then I was sat there after a week or two like, well, what else is there to do? Like, legacy's not complete yet. Get your ass up and let's go again. And I just feel like I've gone to another level again now, I really do, which is weird. Like, I'm getting older, but I'm getting better. 33, like, my performances are increasing. And it's like, I'm looking forward to showing the world how great I am this year again.
Randy, you can't possibly get older as you get better, right? Kenny, what are your keys to victory in this main event?
All right, let's check him out. For Loughnane, he needs to watch out for Moraes' fast start. That's where Marlon is most dangerous. He also needs to attack the body, try to slow Moraes down over time. And for Moraes, he needs to be aware of his pacing, needs to keep his confidence high, and he needs to be consistent for every minute of this fight.
Here's our tail of the tape, brought to you by Celsius. Live fit. Brendan Loughnane, 33. Marlon Moraes, 34. Loughnane is 3 inches taller, weighted 1 pound heavier. A reach advantage of 2 inches on the arms for Brendan Loughnane, 1 inch favoring Marlon Moraes on the leg reach. Justin Roberts, one more time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. This bout is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the PFL Featherweight division. Stepping in the blue corner at 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 145 1/2 pounds, with a record of 23 wins, 11 losses, and 1 draw. Fighting out of Parkland, Florida, he is a former World Series of Fighting champion, Marlon Magic Moraes. And his opponent, standing in the red corner at 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds, with a record of 25 wins and 4 losses. Fighting out of Manchester, England, he is a 2022 PFL Featherweight World Champion, Brendan Loughnane. Your referee, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson oversees the action in this final bout of the evening. A featherweight feature regular season, which means points and a place in the standings are up for grabs. Marlon Moraes in the gray trunks, Brendan Loughnane in the green.
Well, Loughnane has to watch out for that overhand right there from Moraes. Also, those calf kicks from Moraes can be absolutely brutal. Loughnane looking for that patented sharp jab.
Nasty leg kick there from Marlon Moraes. Try to take a little steam off of Brendan Loughnane punches. Loughnane is very capable of switching stances. We saw him do it a lot last year, paid dividends many, many times.
Yeah, Loughnane doing a good job of judging that distance, taking away that leg kick. He's been missing it a few times. Not that time, though. Moraes, very quick.
Khaybulaev, the killer, is back. He grabbed himself a decision victory earlier. 3 points to go along with it. Watching intently. Either of these men could be future opponents in the regular season, playoffs, or even a championship. So now Loughnane going to the low calf kick.
Oh, nice return there by Loughnane. That was a brutal one.
Knowing it, that dull thud like that,
Yes.
it's,
Yeah, and on the calf, it could be just a couple of those could change the whole dynamic of the fight.
That time Moraes went upstairs, glanced off the guard of Brendan Loughnane, who circled to his left to take the power away. And another low kick from Loughnane. Moraes tries to return and misses.
Loughnane so smooth. Great awareness, great adjustments here in this fight from both men, really.
the distance, the head fake, the footwork.
Yes.
That's a nice left hook from Marlon Moraes. Ian Parker, what do you think? Man, Loughnane still a big-time favorite here.
Yeah, you know what, Sean? Those few last calf kicks he threw back, it's going to slow down any type of kicks. And Kenny just even said, oof is right. That's going to be the beginning of the end. If he lands another one of those, we may see one of those leg kick KOs. That was pretty nasty by Loughnane.
Oh, the other one.
Marlon Moraes has elected to switch stances.
My goodness.
And Brendan's wearing that one out now.
Loughnane not going to discriminate.
Equal opportunity.
Very happy to kick the right leg of Marlon Moraes. Equal vigor.
Yeah, these are the same kicks that we saw against Bubba Jenkins that ultimately ended up winning him the fight in that final from last year
Accidental clash of heads.
You good? Yep. You good? Okay.
Let's go. A little conversation between the fighters here on the accidental clash of heads. 90 seconds left in round number 1. Moraes throwing a lot of heat on each of these strikes, potentially because of the damage already accumulating on his own legs.
He's getting frustrated though. Moraes starting to lose his cool a little bit. Not something you want to do against Loughnane.
There's a nice uppercut snuck through. Loughnane acknowledged it with a nod.
Loughnane just does all the little things well. His feints, and he can do them from both sides. He can do it with his legs. He can do it with his shoulders. He can do it with a jab. Look at that.
Upstairs with the high kick after switching the stance.
Just so fundamentally sound offensively and defensively. There's a right hand.
Right hand wobbled him.
Now 45 seconds.
Oh, man.
Both legs are in big trouble here for Marlon Moraes.
Yeah, if Moraes can't move out there, he's a sit and duck against someone like Loughnane, a true finisher. Oh, man.
Loughnane kicks the legs out from under. And Loughnane going to make him stand back up.
Very
20
smart.
seconds remain.
Very smart. Make him get up.
Oh, man.
Goes back to it, and Moraes reaching down, trying to block the kicks on the low calf with his own arms. That'll open up a head kick.
Yeah, I mean, for Moraes, he doesn't even know which leg to get up on.
Oh, boy.
Final seconds of this first round. Marlon Moraes in big trouble, limping back to the corner.
Yeah, he can't put weight on either leg, guys.
We might not see Magic Marlon get back up off the stool, guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of concern on his face and the faces of his corner right now.
I don't know if we're going to see a second round here.
Saw a few of those kicks. He had weight on that leg, so when it hit, it just drove right through that muscle, that bone. He may have hyperextended his knee a little bit.
Yeah, and Loughnane is seeing it. He's pointing at Moraes. He knows he's badly hurt. And you'd have to be blind to not see that. But I'm not sure Moraes is going to come out here. He's having a conversation with his corner. And these are just nasty guys. I mean, that's the problem. You can't really competently block a calf kick. You have to lift it. You have to get the heck out of the way. And Loughnane, an absolute assassin, he's going to start going for other things. He's going to take you out in your legs. He's going to go upstairs and finish the job. But Ice looks like he's coming out for the second round.
Keith Peterson is going to let the doctor evaluate and have a conversation with Marlon Moraes, make sure Marlon wants to continue. He says, I'm good, man. Barring any major heroics, this might be academic. If Marlon Moraes can't find fresh legs,
he's walking a little better right now. That's a good sign.
Moving a little better right now, for sure.
A little blood back into both of those, but you can see massive contusions on both the left and right shin calf area. And Moraes knows his best chance is to blitz early. He's getting after it. Loughnane will have to grab a hold. Chasing a finish here is Magic Marlon.
Brendan has to watch out, ducking down there. That could be a knee from Moraes. Very dangerous with those knees as well.
Moraes is complaining about the potential head clash. I mean, all ducking, but...
Right, I mean, Loughnane is really just level changing.
Marlon Moraes building a little confidence here. And the aggression has Loughnane on the back foot for now.
Yeah, there's a difference between level changing and using your head as a strike. It is certainly not that latter.
Right, Kenny. I mean, instead of complaining about it, Marlon Moraes can take the lead and try and throw a knee right up the middle, a jumping knee. Right hand.
Time a good uppercut.
Right. Oh, there it is. There it is. You like to see this sense of urgency out of Marlon Moraes. Oh, that just chopped his leg off. And that's it.
Keith Peterson's waving it off. A leg kick KO in the second round for Brendan Loughnane.
Moraes is in tremendous pain. Loughnane, an absolute savage.
5 points in the featherweight standings. All the weapons on display from Brendan Loughnane once again. Good display of sportsmanship there. Brendan Loughnane checking on Marlon Moraes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes and make this one official. As the PFL returns on ESPN.
Europe's newest league is here, PFL Europe, an MMA league exclusively taking place in European countries, consisting of only European fighters and made for European fans. What is PFL Europe, you ask? It's the first step in the Professional Fighters League regional league expansion, taking place over the next 3 years. And it's a massive opportunity for local fighters to fight on the biggest stage in MMA, the Professional Fighters League, the only MMA league with a season-long format. 32 fighters in 4 different weight classes, representing countries from all over Europe, will fight in a league format to crown a champions. PFL Europe will consist of 2 regular season events. Each of those cards will feature 2 weight classes. The first is coming to the UK March 25th in Newcastle. The light heavyweights take to the smart cage, anchored by London's own Smooth Simeon Powell, and women's flyweight featuring Manchester's Dakota Ditchova. Then on July 8th in Berlin, the men's bantamweights and lightweights face off. The 4 winners in each weight class move on to the playoff event to be held September 30th in Paris. The season will be capped off in Dublin on December 8th, where 4 fighters will be crowned PFL Europe champions.
This hype train stops for nobody.
PFL Europe is here to bring you the best fights from the premier fighters on the continent. You will not want to miss the PFL coming to Europe and these action-packed events.
PFL Europe is coming.
The PFL's Las Vegas residency continues. Larissa Pacheco looks to put her power on display against Julia Budd in PFL 2.
Now have a new queen.
And 2021 PFL heavyweight world champ Bruno Capoloza seeks vengeance against Mateus Scheffel. Friday, April 7th at the Theater at Virgin Hotels, Las Vegas. The PFL, it's more than a fight. Buy tickets now on PFLMMA.com.
Welcome back to the PFL on ESPN. Here's our cage number stats bundle brought to you by Geico. Brendan Loughnane landed 22 strikes, 18 of those to the legs. Oh. Marlon Moraes could not stay standing, and that is a 5-point finish in the second round for Loughnane, the 2022 featherweight champ, with another win. Justin Roberts has the fighters in the cage and will make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Keith Peterson steps in to stop the bout at 1 minute 11 seconds of the second round, declaring your winner, earning 5 points in the PFL featherweight division, Brendan Loughnane.
Brendan Loughnane victorious once again. That's a 5-fight winning streak for the 2022 champ.
Let's go, Marlon.
We'll return and have a conversation with Brendan Loughnane, take one more look at this fight, and a look back at the night when we come back. Professional Fighters League in Las Vegas on ESPN. PFL on ESPN has been brought to you by Geico. Whether you rent or own, Geico makes it easy to bundle home and car insurance. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Puncher's Chance, surrender to nothing. And by Celsius, Live Fit, the official energy drink of the PFL. Let's take a look at our Redcon 1 fastest strikes of the night. Goodness gracious! 51 miles an hour on a Thiago Santos kick, 41 miles an hour from his opponent Robert Wilkinson, and 37 miles an hour from Bubba Badman Jenkins on his way to a decision victory.
All right, let's take a look at the featherweight standings. Brendan Loughnane at the top with a second round finish, earning him 5 points. You see Bubba Jenkins there, his finalist dancing partner from 2022 there in second place with 3 points. Movleed Khaybulaev, our 2021 champ, with 3 as well. Things just got interesting. Sean O'Connell is in the cage with our winner, Brendan Loughnane. Sean.
The top of the leaderboard again. I'll start this one, Sean. Let me take this. The top of the leaderboard.
Hang on. All right, 5 points. Second round finish for Brendan Loughnane. You're collecting finishes, and the low kicks led to him not being able to stand up. Was that part of the strategy when you opened this fight?
Yeah, violence. I just wanted violence. I wanted finishes. I was sat in the back, falling asleep, watching on other fights. Like, what the fuck's going on? I've got to go out and save the day. Like I did, so come on, don't I always do it. Look at that. Some handiwork up there. Violence. Oh! Clean. 5 points. I'm taking my belt back.
5 points. Well, all jokes aside, you are at the top of the table at featherweight. You saw future potential opponents and other challengers. Any message you want to send to this division?
I think my message was clear. My message was violent. My message is, I am coming back for my belt. I am already the champion. I don't believe in this starting again. That was a title defense. That was my first title defense. There's my next guy. Me and Movleed, 5-minute rounds, Manchester Arena. I'm calling it now. Let's go.
Well, we have another regular season bout, and then the playoffs. We'll see Brendan Loughnane victorious again tonight in Las Vegas. Here's our Bud Light Celly of the night. Brendan Loughnane loving the work. And you heard him staking his claim already after that second round TKO. Had to wrestle this microphone away from the young man.
I tell you what, he had a TKO on the mic with the interview as well, calling out the other featherweight competitors. You know, I thought it was very well said. And
I thought he was going to kick you in the calf there for a second, Sean.
Oh, man. Sean doesn't have a calf, he's got a cow.
Finish of the night, Brendan Loughnane. Coming up next, Sports Center. Thanks for watching. PFL regular season is officially underway. Zuba Mahenti, Max McGee are next.